This one? This button was turned all the way down. Gain, G-A-I-N. It is. It is working.
I don't know which one it is.
No, this was muted. If it's blinking, it's muted.
Both mics working?
Just that.
If we're just turning in, we're looking forward to bringing you live stream coverage of the Myrhum Invite here at Arrowhead High School. We got a beautiful day for running. Just a slight breeze, perfect temperature. We'll be getting going with the 4x8 in just a few minutes. We have two heats of the girls 4x800 meter relay. The first heat will have 6 teams participating, the second heat 10. Participating in the second heat is Whitefish Bay, which has the number 1 overall ranking in the state right now in this particular event. Welcome back to live stream coverage. I'm Dwight Sandvolt. I'm joined by, co-hosted today by Seth Ray, who's a graduate of Arrowhead High School, had a very successful running career here. We've both been involved in track and field our entire lives, so we're looking forward to bringing you live stream coverage today. Just in going through the heat sheet and going through last year's state results and this year's overall rankings through week 7. We've really identified that there's a lot of great competitors here. Particularly, we noticed in the shot put discus for boys, a lot of the top competitors in the state this year here. 400 meter dash looks to be quite the race coming up for boys. A lot of the top competitors in the state, and so we'll look forward to bringing you all those races today. First race today will actually be the 1500 wheelchair event. We have one participant in that, Gianni Quindero, and he'll be coming up real soon. We have our first heat of the girls 4x800 meters. Coming down the track right now in lane 1, we have Homestead. Lane 2, West De Pere. Lane 3, Shorewood. Lane 4, Sun Prairie. Lane 5, McWanago. And lane 6. If you're new to track and field, the 4x800 meters is comprised of 4 individuals, each running a half mile or twice around the track. And the gun is up. And we're off with the first heat of the girls 4x800 meter relay. First event of the day. The 800 meters is a race where you really want pretty even pacing for the 4 200s that comprise it. And the girls are getting out pretty hard, but they look like they're staying within themselves.
For the first 200.
At the end of this first lap, we have De Pere in first, followed closely by Sun Prairie. De Pere appears to be taking a more substantial lead. We continue with West De Pere leading. Homestead has moved their way into second, followed by Sun Prairie in third. We have our first exchange coming up. Pretty close here between
West De Pere and Homestead.
West De Pere and Homestead. And these exchanges can result in really quick changes in overall placing also. So it really depends on how these teams stack their runners. Do they decide to put their fast runner first? Or they decide to put the anchor as the fastest person. Our race continues with West De Pere leading. First runner having a 2:25 split, so that's a very good 800. Homestead followed very closely in second. Their first runner having a 2:27 split. Homestead runner is looking to take the lead right now from West De Pere, but the West De Pere runner's doing a real valiant job of holding her off. So we come down with about 120 meters to go. And it does look like Homestead has taken the lead here, going at the exchange for the third runner. So as we round out the halfway point for this third runner, we have Homestead leading, West De Pere second, and Sun Prairie East third. Looks like Sun Prairie East just made a pass into second. Homestead continues to lead. Homestead runner's doing a great job of just holding her gap. Does look like the runner from West De Pere is closing that gap just a little bit right now. We have about 150 to go in this third leg, handing it off to the fourth and final leg. The 800 is really a long sprint. This is 150 to go where it really starts to get exceedingly uncomfortable for the runners. We'll see who's got the best technique, who can hold it together. You can just tell they're working exceedingly hard here. Homestead does continue to lead as we enter the last runner for this 4x8, followed very closely by Sun Prairie East and West De Pere in third. We really have a great day for running here. Sun's out, not too much wind. About 500 to go in this last lap. Looks like Sun Prairie East is closing in on Homestead. West De Pere also looks like they're chipping away at that gap. And Sun Prairie East does make the pass into first. With just 300 yards to go, Sun Prairie East looks like it has a pretty substantial lead, followed by Homestead and then West De Pere. Homestead runner is really doing a very good job of, or Sun Prairie East runner rather, is doing a very good job of just keeping her technique together here in the last 150. She's going to have a really good split. And Sun Prairie East does take the victory here in this first heat of the girls 4x800 meter relay, followed by Homestead, or followed by West De Pere rather, and then Homestead. The winning time for Sun Prairie East, 9:50.66. So that's significantly faster than their seat time coming in.
9:50 is the fastest time in the state right now.
And my co-announcer Seth just informed me that 9:50 would be the fastest time in the state so far this year. So that's really impressive coming out of this first heat. Of our second heat of the girls. A big train of runners coming down. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Debit card at the concession stand.
If you're the fourth runner in this race, it's always a challenge to keep yourself warm, because you've got probably 6 minutes, 7 minutes before you're going to run, and you've warmed up. Now you have to wait for your teammates to go, and so I'm sure they'll be doing some striding, going down the backstretch, keeping themselves warm. In this race, we have in lane 1, Divine Savior Holy Angels. In lane 2, Green Bay Preble. Lane 3, Nina. Lane 4, Schlinger. Lane 5, Indian Trail. Lane 6, Wauwatosa East. Lane 7, Franklin. Lane 8, Freedom. Lane 9, Whitefish Bay. And Lane 10, Arrowhead. Whitefish Bay does have the fastest time coming into this particular race. We have our first runners lined up on the track. Gun is up.
On your mark. Everybody back to where you started. So walk up start. Stand your mark. Come down to the green. First line is lane. And now the 3 and 4. Now the 1 are coming up to the white first line. Now the 1. On your mark. Step up start. Up to the green curve or white curve.
Started just giving some final directions on how they're starting these distance events now. Gun is up again. And we're away with our second heat of the girls 4x800 meter relay. These girls are taking it out pretty fast. In this race, they have to stay in their assigned lane until they get to a coned off area, and then they can slowly cut in to lane 1. It's to their advantage to cut in. If you're not familiar with track and field, every lane that you go out further, it's 4 meters further around the track. So lane 2 would be 4 meters further, lane 3, 8 meters further, and etc.
Arrowhead,
Slinger is our initial leader, followed by Arrowhead
And treble.
and Green Bay Treble. Slinger continues to take the lead here, followed by Arrowhead and Preble. And they've first three teams have got a significant gap on the fourth team. But as we see in many of these races, these leads can exchange many times depending on how the coaches decide to stack their relays. Fastest girls first, fastest girls last. Great exchanges here. And those three teams continue. It's like the initial runner for Schlinger had a split of 221, which was very good. 222 for the Arrowhead runner and 222 high for the Green Bay Preble runner. Schlinger has opened up a substantial lead here. We've got a good battle for second here between Arrowhead and Green Bay Preble. Green Bay Preble does move into second place. Schlinger runner really has very nice running form. Great arm drive, really nice body lean, really good turnover. And she's been able to maintain that throughout this race. Coming into the exchange for our third runner. Again, with Schlinger having a substantial lead. Followed by Preble and then Arrowhead. And in fourth, Indian Trail Academy. Exchanges have been made for this third runner. Both of these third runners for Green Bay Preble and Arrowhead are taking it out hard. And Slinger continues with a substantial lead. The Slinger team certainly has put together four very good runners. Each of them running with really good technique and good ability to pace this race. So with 1,200 meters to go in this race, our first three positions remain the same. Schlinger, followed by Green Bay Preble, and third Arrowhead, fourth Indian Trail Academy. About 100 meters to go now until the exchange is made for the fourth and final runner in this 4x800. Schlinger having a substantial lead here. And the fourth and final runner from Schlinger is off. Does not look like they, like Schlinger put their slowest runner last. This girl's really looks very accomplished. And the gap between second and third looks to be holding. Schlinger's second runner had a 2:21 split, and their third runner also a 2:21 split. Both these runners from Green Bay Preble and Arrowhead High School look to be moving very well, but the gap that Schlinger has developed with their first three runners and now this fourth runner is just not going to be made up. We got about 150 yards to go. And your winner of the second heat of the girls 4x800 meter is Schlinger, followed by Green Bay Preble. And in third, Arrowhead. Those three teams now take their ranking as the top three teams in this event in the state. So we knew there'd be some fast times here today, and with the weather and cooperating and the level of competition here, I think we're going to continue to see this throughout the day, that the top times through week 7 are going to fall in this meet. So congratulations to Schlinger, Green Bay Preble, and Arrowhead for taking their lead at the top of the state.
this just came undone a little bit, and I was trying to adjust the mic. Oh yeah, switch to the guys. Oh yeah, yeah. Yep.
That's cool.
I can't hear you guys on the stream. You can't?
Anymore?
Let's see.
You guys hear us now?
I think when it's solid, you're live. When it's blinking, or is it the other way around?
That was the other way around.
Oh, did you?
No, it's back to what you had before.
It should be on.
Should be on now.
I mean, it's switched.
Right now we have Slinger in the lead coming into the 1200 meter mark with a little bit of a gap over Sun Prairie and then Marquette and then Oak Creek rounding us out in fourth. With about 150 meters left in this second leg of the boys 4x8, we have Slinger continuing to lead, although Marquette is on the chase, followed by Sun Prairie. Marquette with a very strong second leg as they have closed the gap on Slinger.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will now check out the awards podium, we have our girls 4x8 top 3 victors. In third place with a time of 9 minutes.
At the halfway point, we have Slinger in first, followed by Marquette in second, with Sun Prairie and Oak Creek rounding out the field.
0 seconds.
It appears that Sun Prairie and Marquette have broken away from, Slinger and Marquette have broken away from Sun Prairie and Oak Creek. And Marquette has just overtaken the lead in this third leg of the first heat of the boys 4x800 meter run. This third runner for Marquette has opened up about a 10-meter gap on second place Slinger. And coming down the home stretch, it appears that gap is increasing. Meanwhile, Oak Creek is overtaking Sun Prairie for third place as they hand the batons off to the final runners. At the handoff of this final leg, the order is Marquette, followed by Slinger, and then we have Sun Prairie and Oak Creek battling it out for third. Slinger's final leg appears to have gotten out very strong this first 400 in an attempt to close the gap on Marquette's anchor leg. Third place is now Sun Prairie, who has opened up a little bit of a gap on fourth place Oak Creek as we head into the bell lap. On the backstretch, we have Slinger closing the gap now on Marquette with about 200 meters to go. This should be a great end to the first heat of this boys' relay race. We have Marquette holding the lead over Slinger with 150 to go, but Slinger will not give up as Slinger's anchor leg takes the lead with 100 meters to go as these two boys are battling down the home stretch. Slinger and Marquette. Slinger has moved into the lead and will finish this race in first. What a great last leg from Slinger's anchor runner, battling back and taking the lead. He would go on to split a 2:01.3 for that anchor leg. What a great race from the first heat of the boys 4x8. We can only expect that the second heat will be just as good. As I introduce the field, we have in lane 1, Green Bay Preble, lane 2, Hartford, lane 3, Wauwatosa East, lane 4 is Fenimore, lane 5, New Berlin West, lane 6, Shorewood, lane 7, Germantown, lane 8, Mugwanago, lane 9, Pewaukee, and lane 10, Homestead. A quick note before the gun goes off for this race. Green Bay Preble currently has the 9th fastest time in the state this year, as well as Fenimore holding the 7th fastest time in the state this year. Our state leader this year is Onalaska with a time of 8:04.46. That should be the time that we are looking for, as these boys are all looking to run a state fast time today. The gun is up and off in the second heat of this boys 4x800 meter relay. These boys make it to the cut-in smoothly and are all moving to lane 1 as we come through the 200 meter mark in about 27.5 seconds. Leading the field right now, we have Tosa East, followed by New Berlin West, followed by Green Bay Preble. About 57 high for that first 400 from your leaders. We appear to have a pack of 5 runners right now who have broken away.
Call 1,500 meter wheelchair, 1,200 meter hurdle, call 1,500 meter wheelchair, girls 100.
All 5 men in this first pack charging down the backstretch as they come up to 200 meters to go in this first leg. I believe that is Green Bay Preble in the lead right now, followed closely by the Tosa East leadoff runner. As the lead runners make their handoff, the leader split about a 158 high on that first leg, which is a very good opening leg in this boys 4x800 meter. Green Bay Preble is in the lead right now. We have Wauwatosa East in second place. With a little bit of gap over third place Shorewood. Preble and Tosa East at the front, with Shorewood in pursuit in third. I'm sorry, that would be Fenimore in third place with Shorewood in fourth. The second runners are coming down the backstretch now as we have Green Bay Preble holding the lead over second place Wauwatosa East, with a little bit of a gap over third place Fenimore. Preble now with about a 5-meter gap on second place Tosa East coming into this home stretch. We have Preble, Tosa East, Fenimore, New Berlin West, and Shorewood rounding out our top 5 teams here. Green Bay Preble crossed the mile mark in 3:56.94 thanks to a 1:58 split from their second runner. Tosa East second runner split a 1:59.3 with Fenimore second runner splitting a 2:05. It appears these two teams, Preble and East, have broken away from the rest of the pack, with Fenimore in third and a group of 4 New Berlin West, Pewaukee, Shorewood, and Germantown fighting for fourth place.
Attention girls long jumpers. Nell Faker from Fenimore, Bruce from East Troy,
Germantown has broken out as the leader of that chase pack in 4th place.
Fall Creek, Hill, from Nina, Kaylee from
Preble still holding the lead with a sizable gap over Wauwatosa East,
Arnett from
with Fenimore still sitting in 3rd, although Germantown's 3rd runner
Fenimore.
is making a chase to 3rd place. As the anchor legs await their handoff, we have Green Bay Preble coming down the home stretch in 1st, followed by Wauwatosa East, Fenimore, and Germantown. We have a late surge from New Berlin West 3rd runner overtaking Shorewood for 5th place. 3rd leg for Green Bay Preble split a 2 flat .5, and their anchor leg is wasting no time getting going this first 200 meters. Green Bay Preble has their eyes set on that state fastest time of 8:04.4. We will be watching the clock for that as the race concludes. Preble out front with about an 80-meter lead over 2nd place Wauwatosa East, although Fenimore is right on their heels. Germantown still sits in 4th with New Berlin West in 5th, Shorewood in 6th. .250 meters left for Green Bay Preble's anchor leg, and he is really striding out. I believe that is Fenimore that just took 2nd place from Tosa East as they are battling down the backstretch. This should be a really good time from Preble with about 100 meters left as he is charging down the home stretch. Green Bay Preble will be your winner. There is no doubt about that. Our eyes now move to the clock as he crosses at 7:58. Here in 2nd place, Tosa East is charging down Fenimore. Will there be enough room? Tosa East gets the 2nd place over 3rd place Fenimore, 4th place Germantown, 5th place New Berlin West, followed by Shorewood in 6th. Green Bay Preble running 7:58.05 gives them the fastest time in the state. Wauwatosa East 8:07 places them 3rd. Fenimore in 4th. Germantown, who finished 4th at this meet, now has the 5th fastest time in the state. So this second heat of the boys 4x800 meter relay has produced 4 of the 5 fastest times in the state so far.
The next event on the track is the girls' 100-meter hurdles. We have 6 heats of this hurdle event. Looks like the girls will be running into just a little bit of a headwind here, so but not significant, should not affect the times. Looks like we had a little bit of switch in the order here, and it looks like now we're having the mixed 1,500 meter dash for wheelchair. We have one participant, Gianni Guerrero from Marquette. Gianni is a very accomplished wheelchair athlete. You can see by his chair, the way he handles his chair. It's a very difficult thing to maintain that front wheel smack in the middle of lane 1, and he just is doing a fantastic job of that. His seat time coming in 4:35 is a very fast 1,500 meters. Certainly is not his first wheelchair race. Pace is really not fading whatsoever as he comes up on one full lap.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This race is really a lot about arms, but it's also a lot about core strength, and you can really see Gianni here driving from his core. He does not bring his head up. He's really bearing himself here, and we love to see this. This is a great competition. And I'm sure he'll have a lot of good competition once the state meet comes along. Not fading at all in his speed. His arms are just one with that wheel.
test. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
There's very much a technique to this race, and Gianni really seems to have mastered.
Qualifying for the United States Paralympic team. This event has been changed.
Our PA announcers just informed us that Gianni has a goal of qualifying for the Paralympic Games, and that's why he's running 1,500 meters here versus a full mile, as he's trying to get a qualifying standard for that Paralympic team, which is coming up shortly at the Summer Games in Paris. So certainly I'm not sure what the qualifying time is, but if he doesn't get it, it won't be because he's not trying. He has just really not let off on that pace the entire time here. Looks like he has about 225 meters to go here, and he's just bearing down. Fantastic race by Gianni, and looking at 100 meters to go now. Crowds into it. Overall time looks to be about a 3:59. So significantly faster than his heat time coming in. So again, I'm not sure what the qualifying time is with the U.S. Olympic Committee Paralympics standard for this race, but if he didn't get it, it's sure because he didn't try, not because he didn't try. We do have our first heat of the girls' 100-meter hurdles on the track. This is certainly a race where these athletes spend a great deal of time getting themselves familiar with their blocks, figuring out which is their power leg, getting those blocks set exactly right for them and their body type. The start here is a significant portion of this race. For this first heat, we have Bella Shanadik from Nina in lane 2. Louisa Borshishki from Milton in lane 3. Brianna Wall from McGuanago in lane 4. Julie Essinger from Milton in lane 5. Lillian Renner, Madison East in lane 6. And Eve Catt from Shorewood in lane 7. Starters still getting ready here. Athletes taking some runouts, making sure their blocks are set right. And the starters calling them to the line. These runners spend a significant amount of time figuring out how many steps they are going to take between each hurdle, developing a rhythm then, and trying to maintain that number of steps through all the hurdles. And the gun's up and we're away.
And ladies and gentlemen, out on the award stand, we have the boys 4x800 meter relay. In third place, coming to us all the way from Fenimore.
And that's a fair race, fair start, fair finish. All the girls made it over the hurdles.
In second place with a time of 8 minutes, 7.67 seconds.
Looks like in that first heat, we have Lillian Renner from Madison East winning that with a time of 17:23. Followed by Brianna Wall of McGuanago, 17:71. And in third, Bella Chandik from Nina with a time of 17:74. In our second heat, in lane 1, Americ Milchos Sharapo from Milwaukee King. In lane 2, Izzy Reed, Nicolay. Lane 3, Ashley Hitpass Freedom. Lane 4, Anna Doherty from Fall Creek. Lane 5, Allie Brockmeyer, Green Bay Preble. Lane 6, Paige Bethke, West De Pere. Lane 7, Leah Scott, Slinger. And in lane 8, Sophia Lagabio from Homestead. Guns up. And we have a fair start. Looks like our early lead is Americ from Milwaukee King. Looks like our winner of that heat will be Ashley Height Pass from Freedom. Followed by Lillian Renner from Madison East. So sorry about that. Looks like Ashley Height Pass from Freedom Wins that heat in a 16.89, followed by Ameri from Milwaukee King with a 17.34. And in third, Sophia Gablio from Homestead with the time of 17.55. Third heat. These heats come fast. Gun is up. Fastest time coming into this is Lily Girazas from Whitefish Bay with a 17 flat. And they're away. They're all clean over the first 3 hurdles. All girls are clean over all the hurdles. Looks like Haley Hafner from Xavier, the winner of that heat with a time of 16.95, followed by Gabrielle. Gabrielle Hofferman from Arrowhead, 17.25, and then in third place, Caitlin Josie with from Pulaski with a time of 17.42. Our fourth heat of the girls' 100-meter hurdles. Fastest time coming into this, Ali Zolke from West De Pere with a time of 16.61. Guns up. As the athletes load into their blocks. And we're off. All runners cleanly over the first 5 hurdles. And it does look like our winner is going to be Namia Keith from Pius the 11th. Followed closely by Lauren Phillips in a 17.07 from Nicolay, and then Emma Dressnot
17:35
with a 17.35. Our fifth heat of 6 of these girls' 100-meter hurdles. Fastest time coming in, Harmony Hudson from Milwaukee King with a 16.04. This should be a great race. And McKeitel Lake Country, very close in time to Harmony with a 16.10, 16.10. They did forecast some rain for later today here, and it does look like it's going to hold off at this point in time, and so we're more than happy about that. We'll be able to keep the meet rolling. Hard on the athletes when they have a delay like this, and they're warmed up, and then they have to take shelter and cool down, and then they're wondering what they're going to eat because the meet got delayed, and all these things can throw things off. So when we don't have to deal with that, it sure helps the athletes a lot. And the gun is up. And we're off with this 5th of 6 heats of the girls' 100-meter hurdles. And some very tight competition here. Looks like Jillian Anderson from Bayport is our winner, 16:30. Brooklyn Lammers from Union Grove, 2nd. And Ella Ficari from Pulaski, 3rd. Our 6th and final heat of the girls' 100-meter hurdles coming up. This should be a dandy of a race. We have Rachel Kleinhaus from Arrowhead with the top time in the state coming into this race. She was 3rd in state last year. And then we have Ava Brandenburg in this heat from Homestead. She has a 7th fastest time in the state right now and was 7th last year at the state meet. And then Keegan Lodes from Kettle Moraine coming in with the 5th fastest time in the state. Samantha Berg from Mugwanago, 8th fastest time in the state so far this year. So this last heat is really loaded, and it'll be interesting to see. A lot of times it's just their start, the steps to that first hurdle, and if they're able to maintain those steps. And the gun is up. These athletes are really like race horses waiting in the blocks, just twitching to go. And we're off. These are very accomplished hurdlers. Very tight race. And it does look like Eva Brandenburg from Homestead will win that with a 15:09. Rachel Kleinhaus from Arrowhead in 2nd with 15:24, and Keegan Lodes from Kettle Moraine in 3rd with a 15:41. 15:03 was the fastest time in the state coming into into this race. So just a really great group of girls here. Nice to see all those girls who will be certainly competing with each other at the state meet coming up here in the first weekend in June.
The next event up on the track today will be the boys 110-meter hurdles. We have 8 heats in this event. Right now, our great hurdle crew is adjusting the heights of these hurdles. If you are new here, the boys will hurdle at a higher level than the girls do. So our hurdle crew is just adjusting those heights for the guys.
Last call, girls 100. Last call, girls 100.
The meet record in this event was set back in 1998 by David Witten from Milwaukee Vincent, running a 13.9. The fastest time in the state this year has been set by Carter Herman from Edgerton, running a 14.75. While we are getting the hurdles ready for this first heat of the boys 110 hurdles, let's set the field. In lane 1, we have Jacob Maths from Green Bay Preble. Lane 2, Raynon Sinkfield, Green Bay Preble. Lane 3, Oren Vogt from Germantown. Lane 4 is held by Gavin Gromowski from New Berlin West. Joe Mahal from Pulaski is in Lane 5. Lane 6 is Josh Rios from Whitnall. And in Lane 7, we have Sam Fronier from Shorewood. In Lane 8, it appears to be Colton Sharir from Sun Prairie East. Looks like in this first heat of the boys 110 hurdles, we have two scratches. Sam Fortier from Shorewood and Colton Sharir from Sun Prairie East have scratched. So lanes 1 through 6 will be occupied. The gun is up, and they are off. Oh. A second gunshot has been fired, signaling a false start from one of our athletes. The false start appears to be from Oren Vogt from Germantown, so he unfortunately has been that is Ryan Sinkfield from Green Bay Preble. Unfortunately has been disqualified for the false start. As they are now ready for this second try, and we are underway. All boys out to a fair start over these hurdles. Coming to the line, it is a close finish between first place Gavin Gromowski and second place Oren Vogt from Germantown. 16.78 and 16.84 respectively for first and second. Joe Mahal from Pulaski rounds out the top three in 17.19. Our second heat, we have Tristan High from Sussex Hamilton, Darian Seffield from Milwaukee King, Carson Blesser from Bayport, Joha Doyle from Sussex Hamilton, Dylan Holschbach from New Berlin Eisenhower, Chad Benask from Indian Trail Academy, Nathan View from Fond du Lac, and Peyton Kleba from Cedarburg. Runners getting into this block for this second out of 8 heats in the boys 110 hurdles. Darian Saffold appears as a late scratch from Milwaukee King. A clean start on the first try from the boys in this heat as they are off over the first hurdles. Winning this second heat, we have Nathan View from Fond du Lac in 17.16. Second place, Chad Bazax from Indian Trail Academy in 17.72. And Tristan High from Sussex Hamilton running 17.86 to round out the top three. Setting up this third heat, we have Vincent Mode from Cedarburg, Luca Tess from Maguanago, Temalolua Alukemo from Oak Creek, Alexander Vele from Janesville Parker, Gabriel Belter from Oak Creek, Gio Gonzalez from Fond du Lac, Jackson Jazinski from West De Pere, and Owen Peterson from Sussex Hamilton. This third heat of the boys 110 meter hurdles. Boys are getting set in their blocks. And we are off in this third heat. All boys getting over these hurdles smoothly. And it appears that the winner of this heat will be Gio Gonzalez from Fond du Lac running at 16.93. Luca Tess following in second with 17.02. And Vincent Mode from Cedarburg rounding up the top three in 17.50. This fourth out of 8 section, the boys 110 hurdles, consists of Jeffrey Rohn from Janesville Parker, Ty Wall from Arrowhead, Nolan Phillips from Freedom, Nehemiah Teague from Pius, Brett Hart from Slinger, Ian Pena from Oak Creek, Ethan Webb from Hartford, and Nolan Manzingo, also from Hartford. The wind has died down from the girls' hurdles. For the girls' wind was about 3 meters per second, whereas for this guys' race, we are sitting right around 1. They will be running into about a 1 mile per hour meter per second headwind. The gun is off for this fourth leg. These boys are just attacking the hurdle. It looks like Ty Wall from Arrowhead has stepped out to an early lead. Slinger Brett Hart follows in second, but it will be Ty Wall getting the win in a time of 16:28. Brett Hart from Slinger following in 16:74, and Nolan Phillips from Freedom rounds out the top three in 17:23. That was the halfway point of the boys 110 hurdles, and as we start the second half of section 5 of 8, we have Broden Steiner from Onalaska, Carson Bellardi from Marquette, Keaton Dock from Pulaski, Jeffrey Ford from Slinger, Mason Henschel from Fond du Lac, Jack Ferguson, Homestead, Agar Finbu, New Berlin West, and Aiden Cousins from Shorewood. The gun is up, and the boys are off in this 5th heat. Appears that Pulaski Keaton Dock is out to the lead, although Aiden Cousins from Shorewood is challenging. Aiden Cousins gets the win in this 5th heat, running 16:47. Keaton Dock from Pulaski settles to second in 16:50, and Broden Steiner from Onalaska gets the 3rd place finish in 16:84. Getting the field set for this 6th heat out of 8, we have Devin Viola in lane 1 from McGuanago, Eli Anderson lane 2 from Racine Case, Isaac Stenke from Fall Creek, Kevin Jones, Wauwatosa East, Kai Force is in lane 5 from Nicolay, Andrew Benz from Lake Country Lutheran, Briar Sowinski from Waterford, and in lane 8 we have Zaire Griffin from Racine Case. The gun is off, and all boys are off to a fair start. Taking the win of this 6th heat in a time of 16:21 is Isaac Stenke from Fall Creek. Eli Anderson from Racine Case ran a 16:38. Devin Viola, McGuanago, 16:58. Was 3rd in this heat. Our second to last section here consists of Zach Nyquist from Lodi in lane 1, Riker Pignati from KM in 2nd place, Davis Shepard, Nicolay, Dominic Safaldi from Hartford is in lane 4, Arlo Rice, Madison East, Elijah Trevenus from Pius is in lane 6, Caden Porep from Elkhorn in lane 7, and Michael Farr from Racine Case is in 8th. It is something to note in these 110 hurdles that the start is the most crucial part of this race. Reaction time is a huge factor playing into a fast time in the boys and girls 100 and 110 hurdles. The orange arm of the official is up. And we are off. Our winner in this 7th heat is Michael Farr running a 15:45 from Racine Case. Arlo Rice from Madison East in 2nd with a 15:61. And in 3rd place we have Davis Shepard from Nicolay running a 15:74. We have a pretty stacked final heat in this boys 110 hurdle, consisting of Riley Went in lane 1 from Martin Luther. Lane 2 is Ethan Mitchell from Milton. Lane 3, we have Madden Skinador from Pulaski, who holds the 10th fastest time in the state this year. Lane 4 is Landon Norgard from West Appear, who holds the 5th fastest time in the state. Ben Olvey from Xavier in Lane 5 has the 6th fastest time in the state. Jackson Zepnik from Bayport is in Lane 6 with the 12th fastest time in the state so far this year. In Lane 7, we have Hoi Chai Vang from Green Bay Preble. And rounding out the field in Lane 8, we have Callahan Warsman from McGuanago. Again, the fastest time in the state this year is 14:75. The gun is off and we are underway in the fast seat of the boys 110 hurdles here at the Myrhum Invitational. We have a very close finish in this final heat with Callahan Warsman winning in a 15:07. Second place is Ben Olvey from Xavier in a 15:09. Third place, Langdon Norgard from West Appear in 15:25. Fourth place was Ethan Mitchell from Milton in 15:32. And in fifth place, we have Jackson Zepnik from Bayport in a 15:43. That final heat concludes our boys' 110-meter hurdles here at the Myrhum Invitational.
Our next event here at the Myrhum Invite will be the mixed 100-meter dash wheelchair race. We have two athletes competing in this race, Megan Eichstadt from Sun Prairie and Daniel Niles from West Appear. Their times are actually very close. Megan with a 19:49 coming in, and Daniel with a 19.99 as they enter this race. Following our 100-meter dash wheelchair event, we will have the girls' 100-meter dash. We will have 8 heats of the girls' 100-meter dash. Both these 100-meter races are comprised of people that found out pretty quickly in life probably that they were fairly fast. In scientific terms, we'd say they have a great deal of fast twitch or type 2 muscle fiber. So most of these athletes running the 2 mile would not be their favorite thing. Looks like our hurdle crew has done a great job of whisking those hurdles off the track. And we're off with our heat of the 100-meter wheelchair. These athletes are really moving. Great control of their chairs, just pointing them straight down the track. Both athletes really bearing down on those wheels, pushing all the way through the finish. Neither of them were slowing down at all coming into the finish. Does look like Daniel Niles from West Appear is our winner with a 28.5, followed by Megan Eichstead with a 23.71. Coming up, we'll have our first heat of the girls' 100-meter dash. Section 1, in lane 2, Ontaria Jones from Milwaukee Vincent. Lane 2, Anyi Henning, Whitefish Bay. Lane 4, Peyton Landowski Fenimore. Lane 5, Micaiah Dehart from Fond du Lac. And in lane 6, Kanaya Williams from South Milwaukee. These girls are already in their blocks. Gun is up. And they're standing back up again. Gun's down. Starter's waiting for them to get set. And the gun is back up again. As we get set for the girls' first section of the 100-meter dash. And they're off. This is a very close heat. And it does look like Kanaya Williams from South Milwaukee is our winner of that first heat with a 13:43, followed by Anya Henning from Whitefish Bay, 13:50, and Diehard McKenya from Fond du Lac with a 13:67.
Coach Nuttycombe, formerly of the University of Wisconsin. Coach Nuttycombe is the winningest coach in Big Ten history. He is going to be giving out all medals.
Our second heat coming up for this girls' 100-meter dash. In lane 1, Grace Rentz from Xavier. In lane 2, Nehemiah Keith, Pius the 11th. In lane 3, Maya Orleas, Xavier. Lane 4, Maggie Ayler, South Milwaukee. Lane 5, Mary Weisenel from Racine Horlick. Lane 6, Sydney Merrick from the Warhawks. Lane 7, Bryce Highpass, Xavier. And lane 8, Lauren Scott, Milwaukee Riverside. Of note, Coach Nuttycombe, retired track and field coach from the University of Wisconsin, just presenting the awards for the boys' hurdles. And we're off with the second heat of the girls' 100-meter dash. Again, we have a very tight race here. And looks like in that heat, it's Grace Rentz from Xavier with a 13:25, followed by Bryce Highpass from Xavier with a 13:38, and then Kenyon Williams from South Milwaukee, 13:43. Our third heat of the girls' 100-meter dash. In lane 1,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, next
Adrian Ness,
award stand.
Homestead.
Our 100-meter wheel
Lane 2, Jonan Rehash, West De Pere. Lane 3, Zoe Arkmoody, New Berlin East. In lane 4, Kaylee Stokarzi, Cedarburg. In lane 5, Elea Lloyd, Pius XI. In lane 6, Terhan McBride, Milwaukee King. Lane 7, Laharme Flowers, Milwaukee Lutheran. And in lane 8, Caden Harris, Milwaukee King. Gun is up. This is, again, a very close race. And it does look like Caden Harris from Milwaukee King is our winner in that heat with a 13:33, followed closely by Adriana Ness of Homestead with a 13:34, and then Kaylee Starkowski Cedarburg with a 13:50. Our next heat, section 4 of this girls' 100-meter dash. In lane 1, Kaylin Todd from Pius the 11th, Josie Barscott from the Warhawks. Lane 3, Adeline from Milwaukee Lutheran. In lane 4, Isabel Marsek on Alaska. Lane 5, Asalia White Williams, Martin Luther. In lane 6, Emily Corton, Arrowhead. Lane 7, Faye Brunke, Pulaski. And in lane 8, Sarai Whetstone from Madison East. Gun is up. And we're away with a clean start for this 4th heat of the girls' 100-meter dash. As they lean for the finish. Looks like we have Josie Bollarts from the Warhawks in 13:40. Adeline from Milwaukee Lutheran with a 13:44, and Emily Corden from Arrowhead in 3rd with a 13:69.
You gotta do 2 fingers up.
All right.
2 fingers down to scroll up.
In our 5th heat of this girls' 100-meter dash. In lane 1, Addison Krieger from Pulaski. Lane 2, Asemar Gilmore, Wauwatosa East. Madison Tan, Milwaukee in lane 3. In lane 4, Savannah Torrance, Tulsa East. In lane 5, Ashley Babcock, New Berlin West. In lane 6, Sydney Griffin, Nicolay. In lane 7, Riley Olson, Germantown. In lane 8, Jasmine Howard, Milwaukee King. And we're off with a clean start for this, our 5th of 8 heats. It does look like Samari Gilmore from Tulsa East will be your winner with a 13:11, followed by Sydney Griffin of Nicolay 13:11, and Riley Olson 13:37 from Germantown. In our 6th heat of this girls' 100-meter dash, in lane 1, Scout Bonkowski, Homestead. In lane 2, from Nicolay, Magdalene Roras Semino. In lane 3, Makia McCarty on Alaska. In lane 4, Anissa Bartlett, Homestead. In lane 5, Brooklyn Ritchie, Fenimore. In lane 6, Jenna Roosh, Cedarburg. In lane 7, Caitlin Billette from Oconomowoc. And in lane 8, Maddie Bratlett from Oak Creek. And looks like we have a false start. Somebody twitched just a little bit in the blocks and or raised their hips, and so it does look like in this race it would be Brooklyn Ritchie from Fenimore, who unfortunately is disqualified. She'll have other opportunities, but it hurts when this happens. Certainly a race where your ability to get out of the blocks quickly matters. All right, does look like Jenna Roosh from Cedarburg wins that with a 12.89. We're getting under the 13 mark now. McKenna McCarty, 12.96. And Magdalene Rosas Sarmanito in third with a time of 13.03. So getting under that 13-minute mark right now, or 13-second mark right now, rather. All right, the 7th heat. Does look like in lane 1, McKenna Sedlacki from Bayport. In lane 2, Peyton Escher, Arrowhead. In lane 3, Emily Sigoski from Slinger. In lane 4, Erica Ukala from West De Pere. In lane 5, Geesey Huggett from Arrowhead. In lane 6, Dakota Mitchell, Sun Prairie. In lane 7, Olivia Carey, McWanago. In lane 8, Kelia Terrell from Germantown. And we're off to a fair start. These girls are really moving. And just see the athletes that are able to stay relaxed, finish ahead of the others, just eke out at the end. So Erica Ukala is in a 12.82. McKenna Sedlak, 12.83. And Gelsi Huggett from Arrowhead in a 13.06. Final heat of this girls' 100-meter dash. In lane 1, Jenna Richgels on Alaska. Lane 2, Natalie Luppi, New Berlin West. Lane 3, Asa Locke, Sussex Hamilton. Lane 4, Harmony Johnson, Milwaukee Lutheran. In lane 5, Gia Harris, Milwaukee, Indian Trail. Lane 6, Rebecca Sturs, Fall Creek. Lane 7, Olivia Sprangers, Pulaski. And in lane 8, Leah Presendoffer, McWanago. Harmony Johnson was the 4th finisher in last year's state meet, and Layla Pessendorfer from McWanago was 10th at the Wisconsin State meet in 2023. So we have some really good competition in this race. And we're off to a fair start. Very tight. Does look like Layla Pessenhofer from McWanago ekes out the win there with a 12.50, followed by Harmony Johnson with a 12.63, and then Gianna Harris from Indian Trail Academy in third with a 12.64. Top time coming into that race this year was Danica Apple with a 12.07 from Notre Dame Academy. So very close to those times.
Our next event up here on the track is the boys 100-meter dash. We have 10 sections of this event, and our meet record was set back in 2019 from Milwaukee, Washington's Elijah Johnson in a time of 10:57. Our fastest time in the state this year was set by Landon Gallen from Whitefish Bay, running a 10:60. Our first heat here is off.
Reminder to the girls' top 100-meter place finishers.
And the winner of this first heat
And the girls' top 100-meter place finishers. Please make your way to the awards tent.
is Gavin Schilling from Oak Creek. Second place was Daryl Wallace from Milwaukee Riverside. Gavin, our first place finisher, ran an 11:68, followed by Daryl running an 11:85. Amari Ward was third in 11:88. This second section consists of Jordan Fry, lane 1 from Hamilton, Adrian Mayo from Indian Trail Academy in lane 2, Brennan Bonucci from Milton in lane 3, Christian Schendler in lane 4 from Cedarburg, Michael Schwartz from Whitnall in lane 5, Carter Apple from Xavier in lane 6, Jackson Pouchert from Ocon in lane 7, and Mason Lane from Lodi is in lane 8. The gun was up, but it appears we have a false start from someone in this second section of 10. Officials meet to come to a conclusion on who made the first move. It appears that it was lane 7, Jackson from Oconomowoc.
From Milwaukee.
Unfortunately has been disqualified, so we will try this again with one less runner. The gun is now up, and we get a clean start in the second section of the boys' 100-meter dash. Michael Schwartz looks to walk away with this one from Whitnall. We are now just awaiting the time. 11:39 from Michael Schwartz from Whitnall taking the heat win. Jordan Fry from Sussex Hamilton in second with 11:56, and Christian Schendler from Cedarburg in third with an 11:70. All of these runners in the 110 will be running into a slight headwind here down this home stretch. As we move into as we move into heat 3 in the boys 100-meter dash. In lane 1, Braden Schott, Green Bay Preble. Lane 2, Delano Craig, Milwaukee Riverside. Lane 3 is Ben Kolb from Fond du Lac. Lane 4, Morel Jackson, Racine Case. Lane 5 is Cody Slater, Janesville Parker. Lane 6, Jarrell Anderson, McGuanago. Lane 7, we have Wilson Fupe from Madison East. And in lane 8, we have Manhe Chroma from Milwaukee Lutheran. The wind has appeared to slightly pick up down this home stretch as the runners get in the block in this third heat. The gun is off, and it is a very close race for first place as we await the results. First place was Morel Jackson from Racine Case in 1172. Second place was Ben Kolb from Fond du Lac in 1175. And in third place, Myrhum Chroma was second in 1174. Ben Kolb fell to third in 1175 from Fond du Lac. Again, that is Morel Jackson, Myrhum Chroma, and Ben Kolb in 1172, 1174, and 1175 respectively. Our fourth heat in the men's 100 consists of James Siegel in lane 1 from Onalaska. Lane 2, Hans Heenan from Shorewood. Lane 3, Gabe Moss from Onalaska. Lane 4, Luke Marta from Shorewood. Lane 5 is Alutsin Kowal from Whitefish Bay. Lane 6, Ricky Franklin from Pius. Lane 7, Elias Hudson from Janesville Parker. And Lane 8 is Ian Hetrick from Indian Trail Academy. The gun is off and the boys get out to a fair start. Looks like Alutsin Kowale will get the win in this fourth heat from Whitefish Bay in a time of 11:66. Gabe Moss from Onalaska in second in 11:86, and Hans Hyman from Shorewood in third in 11:94. Here in this fifth section of 10 in the boys 100 in lane 1. Brenton Griffin, West Appear. Lane 2, Cooper White, Sun Prairie. Lane 3, Marshawn Rimson, Madison East. Lane 4, Aiden Pimentel, Slinger. Lane 5 is Sawyer Barron from Lodi. Lane 6, Sean Paris from Marquette. Lane 7, Alexander Ralsted from Oconomowoc. And in lane 8, we have Evan Roll from Lake Country Lutheran. These athletes just getting their final runouts before this fifth heat of the boys 100 meter dash. The gun is off in this fifth heat. Out to an early lead is Brenton Griffin from West Appear. Although he is challenged by Sun Prairie Cooper White, it is Brenton Griffin with the win in 11:54 from West Appear. Second place, Cooper White, Sun Prairie East in 11:57. And third place, Marshawn Rimson from Madison East in 11:62. We are officially halfway through the 100 meter dashes. In this sixth of 10 section in the 100 meter dash, we have in lane 1, Noah White from Waterford. Lane 2, Jackson Montgomery from Homestead. Lane 3, Adrian Vernon from Milton. Lane 4, Michael King from Racine Case. Lane 5, John Crimes from Milwaukee Riverside. Lane 6, Mason Radabicki from Mugwanago. Lane 7 is Brady Kaufman from Sun Prairie East. And in lane 8, we have Deontay Whitelaw from Madison East. We have the runners now getting into their blocks as they await the starting gun for this 6th heat. The boys are set and off. Looks like John Crimes with the early lead from Milwaukee Riverside as he finishes in first with a time of 11:51. Second place was Brady Kaufman from Sun Prairie East in 11:89. And in third place in this heat was Deontay Whitelaw from Madison East in a time of 11:94. This 7th heat consists of Kobe Hendricks from Slinger in lane 1. Lane 2 is Kai Sheridan from Milton. Lane 3, Logan Zdanowicz from Indian Trail. Lane 4 is Bennett Bradley from Greenfield. Lane 5, Mason Kelly Mugwanago. Lane 6, Jonathan Jeg from Hartford. Lane 7 is Javrin Love from New Berlin Eisenhower. And in lane 8, we have Talon Halling from Lakeland Union. Looking ahead to this final heat, the boys 100 meter, it should be a quick one. We have the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 8th, and the 10th fastest times in the state so far this year. The meet record along with the state lead could be in trouble for this final heat, as the boys in this 7th heat are set and off. Mugwanago is out to the early lead as the rest are chasing, but Mugwanago's lead is growing as Mason Kelly from Mugwanago gets the heat win in 11:53. Second place was Bennett Bradley from Greenfield in 11:80. And in third place from Slinger, Kobe Hendricks with the time of Kai Sheridan from Milton came in third with a time of 11:83. That heat was running into a pretty strong headwind as the winds here at Arrowhead have just picked up slightly. The field here for this Heat 8 consists of Carson Fletcher from Racine Horlick in lane 1, Joseph Lee from Whitefish Bay in lane 2, Jake Bova from Wanakees in lane 3, Lincoln Meyer from Racine Case in lane 4, Caden Burns from Elkhorn in lane 5, lane 6 is Casey Barth from Onalaska, lane 7, Cole Ohm from Hartford, and in lane 8, Kevin Jonikin from Wauwatosa West. Boys in this 8th heat are getting set now as the official has raised his arm. A clean start for this heat, as I believe that is Racine Case out to the lead, and I think he held on for first place. Yes, he did. Lincoln Meyer from Racine Case taking the heat win in 11:50. Second place was Kevin Jonikin from Wauwatosa West in 11:59, and in third place with the time of 11:61, Jake Bova from Wanakee. In this 9th of 10 heat in the boys 100-meter dash, we have Maddox Black from West Appear in lane 1, Connor Stoff from Sun Prairie East in lane 2. Lane 3 is Sean O'Byrne from Homestead. Lane 4 is Paul Kim from Janesville Parker. Lane 5 is Terrence Shelton from Franklin. Lane 6 is Aiden Grosskopf from Lodi. Lane 7 is Presley Bentz from the Arrowhead Warhawks. And in lane 8, we have Brody Holowinski from Bayport. Looking out at our flags here at around the 50-meter mark, it looks like they have died down for these last two heats, which is very good, as we would love for the wind to be near zero for these fast heats so these boys can run as fast as they can to get their state marks. The overall fastest time so far is still Michael Schwartz from Whitnall, who ran that in the second heat. 11:39 again is our current leader at the Myrhum Invitational. We are off in this 9th heat, and it looks like Sean O'Byrne from Homestead is out to the early lead, although Arrowhead's Presley Bentz is challenging. Coming to the line, it was Sean O'Byrne in the win with 11:04. Wow. Arrowhead's Presley Bentz ran 11:16 for second place, and Maddox Black from West Appear runs 11:21 to get third. Sean and Presley with 11:04 and 11:16 respectively now own the top two times so far in the 100-meter dash. Here we go in our last heat. We have Mason Whitney from Nicolay in lane 1, Joseph Cannon from Milwaukee King, who holds the 10th fastest time in the state, Ryan Hyman from Arrowhead in lane 3, who holds the 3rd fastest time in the state, Landon Gallen from Whitefish Bay, who holds the fastest time in the state so far. We have Sam Vargas from Arrowhead in lane 5, who holds the 2nd fastest time in the state. Lincoln Bajin from Greenfield in lane 6, who has the 18th fastest time in the state. Malachi Mack from Tosa East is in lane 7. And in lane 8, we have Calvin Mullins from Fond du Lac, who finished 10th at the state meet last year. The wind has died down, and this should be a very, very fast 100-meter dash. Our meet record of 10:57 could be in trouble here in just a few seconds. Runners get into their blocks. The gun is up and off. Looks like Sam Vargas from Arrowhead with the early lead. Although we have Landon Gallen trying to chase him down, can he do it at the line? It is Sam Vargas from Arrowhead, running a time of 10.92. Landon Gallen from Whitefish Bay with a 10.98, and Ryan Hyman in third in this heat, running an 11:13. The wind unfortunately picked up a little bit before the start of that heat, but those times are still outstanding for those boys. With the completion of the boys 100-meter dash, in first place we have Sam Vargas from Arrowhead in 10.92. Second place, Landon Gallen from Whitefish Bay in 10.98. Third place, Sean O'Byrne from Homestead in 11:04. Fourth and fifth are both Arrowhead runners, Ryan Hyman and Presley Bentz in 11:13 and 11:16 respectively. Great job, boys. Now we will move over to the mixed 100-meter dash for the Special Olympics.
And we're off with the mixed heat of the 100-meter dash for Special Olympics. We have 7 runners in this race, all from Arrowhead. They all got off the gun really well. It does look like Christian Miklowski with 16:20, Andrew Jidoff 16:48, and Danette Shellpepper 17:38. Tom Rice 20:59, Randy True 24:36, and R. Jaski with a 26:47. Good job, Special Olympians. Our next race will be the girls' mile run. We have 1 heat of this race. There will be 20 runners. We have some talented athletes, many talented athletes in this race. Among them, Autumn Mikalski from Shawamagan. She's coming in with a 4:52.35, and then Nora Grimbon from Northland Pines, both runners from northern Wisconsin, is coming in with a 4:53.30. So we'll watch those girls. Also, Lily Kriegel from Whitefish Bay. She comes in with the 11th time, and she was 11th at state last year. Given the number of runners in this race, 20 in this 4-lap race, there should be some great competition and a great opportunity for these girls to set a personal record today, given that they'll be surrounded by good competition. Girls will start in 2 separate groups. They'll be able to cut in. And we're off. With our 1 heat of the girls' mile, also known as the 1600-meter run. This is a race where you need to get out fast enough that you connect with the leaders, but you don't want to get out too fast and write checks you can't cash. Does look like this race is going out fairly mellow. Looks like they're going to be going through the 200 in about 41 seconds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now in front of the podium here, we are Special Olympians. In 6th place was R.J. Jackie with 6:47. In 3rd place, time at 24.36.
Does look like Autumn Mikalski from Shawamagan is our early leader. Followed closely by Nora Grindon from Northland Pines, and in 3rd currently Lily Kriegel from Whitefish Bay. Got a group of 4 out there with Lily Fouts from Xavier establishing an early lead, and that group of 4 will work together. Does look like that group of 4 out front is breaking away just a little bit. These girls are very accomplished runners. Now, all runners vary just a little bit in their pacing and their technique, but you see these top runners and they all have a really good arm drive and a nice forward lean, quick turnover. And that'll really make a difference as this race progresses. So at the 400 meters, we had Nora Grimbon from Northland Pines, followed by Autumn Mikulski, Lily Kriegel from Whitefish Bay, and Lily Fouts. Those remain your top 4 runners. These top 4 runners all ran about 1:18 for that second 400. So it's a really good pace. And that group of 3 headed into the final lap. Nora Grimbon from Northland Pines remains our leader through lap 3. She'll be running for the Badgers next year. It does look like Autumn Mikulski from Schwamagon. I don't know why I can't say that because I've done that race, the Schwamagon Fat Tire. I'm having trouble there. But she will be running for Oklahoma State next year. So definitely some talent in this group.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on the podium now, we have the boys 100 meters.
And as we come into the final 100 yards here, it's look like Nora Grimban is breaking away just a little bit. Very tight between these first 3. Hold their technique together. Great job. So, our final times. Autumn Mikulski with a 4:54.98. Nora Grimbom from Northland Pines, 4:56.59. Lily Kriegel, 4:58.53. And in 4th, Lily Fouts from Xavier with a 5:04.41. 5th, Hannah Halleck from Madison County Day with a 5:08.68. Great job, girls. Coming up, we have our first heat of the boys mile run, or 1600 meter.
As the official is giving some last-minute instructions to the first heat of this boys 1600-meter run, I will try and set the field real quick. We have Blake Bernstad on Alaska, Landon Frankie, Racine Horlick, Owen Clark, Lakeland Union, Ben Stricker, Fort Atkinson, Remy Strarch, Indian Trail, Cameron Kaiser, Brookfield Academy, Josh Ellerman, Mauston, Mason Weber, Hartford, Bryce Faith, Oconomowoc, Reed Grutenhouse, Slinger, Trevor Buchanan from Waterford, Charlie Carey from Marquette, Noah Alberon from Milwaukee Riverside, Mason Beery, Madison East, Samuel Lutke from Homestead, and Brendan Reardon from Marquette. I'm sorry, this is the second heat of the boys mile. Our first heat ran earlier. I will note here that Blake Burnstead of Onalaska finished 8th at state last year. Landon Frankie from Racine Horlick, only a sophomore, holds the 4th fastest time in the state this year with a 4:21. And Ben Stricker from Fort Atkinson finished 17th at the state meet last year. As the gun has gone off and the boys cross the first 200 meters in about 30 seconds. A pretty quick pace for this first 400 as these boys seem to be getting after it, and rightfully so with the amount of competition that is in this race. The state lead in the boys 1600 meters was ran by Manny Putz of Onalaska in a 4:13.7. We should keep an eye on that as these boys cross the first 400 meters in about 63 seconds. 1:03 for this first 400 as we have Blake Burnstead from Onalaska in first with Owen Clark, Remy Strarch, and Landon Frankie in second, third, and fourth. It appears those 4 runners have broken off from the rest of the field. Blake Burnstead continues to lead at around the 700 meter mark, followed by Owen Clark and Remy Strurich. Coming down the home stretch of this second lap, all 4 boys are separated by just a few meters as they cross the 800 meters mark in 2:06, with the second pack crossing at around 2:12. Blake Burnstead and Owen Clark running 1-2. With a little bit of a gap where we have Remy Strarich and Landon Frankie battling for third. Burnstead and Clark running 1 and 2 are both seniors, as Remy Strarich from Indian Trail Academy is just a junior, and Landon Frankie from Racine Horlick only a sophomore. Coming down the home stretch for the second to last time, Blake Burnstead continues to lead as we approach the bell lap. There's a very tight battle for 5th place right now with 3 guys. Blake Burnstead came through the 1200 meter mark in 3:11 with Owen Clark a half a second behind. I believe that is Reed Grutenhaus who has moved into 5th place, but it is Blake Burnstead who continues to lead down the back stretch with Owen Clark in pursuit. Landon Frankie has moved into 3rd place with Remy Strarch from Indian Trail Academy in 4th. 120 meters left to go in this race, and Owen Clark is challenging the lead from Blake Burnstead. Owen Clark seems to go right around him with no doubt and is even starting to gap him now down this home stretch. A battle for 3rd between Landon and Remy. Remy Strarch from Indian Trail Academy might even catch Blake Burnstead, and he did for 2nd place. A string of runners coming in now, but it is Owen Clark from Lakeland Union with the win in a 4:15.82. Remy Strarich from Indian Trail Academy finishes in 2nd with a 4:18.58, and it is Blake Burnstead in 3rd with a 4:19. Reed Grutenhaus, just a sophomore from Slinger, finishes in 5th with a time of 4:21. Ben Stricker from Fort Atkinson, 4:24 in 6th. Manny's state lead of 14-13 is safe for now, as the 14-15 ran by Owen Clark places him second on the state leaderboard. The 4:18 by Remy Strarich places him fourth on our state leaderboard in the men's mile.
Our next event in the track would be the girls 4x200 meter relay. We have 3 heats of this girls 4x200. In section 1, lane 1, Whitefish Bay. Lane 2, Oak Creek. Lane 3, Sun Prairie West. Lane 4, Sun Prairie East. Lane 5, Bayport. Lane 6, Wauwatosa East. Lane 7, Lodi. And lane...
At this time, we need you to head to your bus, to your car. If you do not have...
And lane 8, Shorewood. So if you heard that on the PA announcements, we are under a lightning delay right now. So hopefully that doesn't last for a really long time. And athletes are being sent to their buses. So there's a formula that the WIAA and athletic training staff use to determine how close lightning is to the facility. When lightning is in view, they count a number of seconds, and if it's within that number of seconds, then it's determined that lightning is too close to the facility to safely continue. So we're under a lightning delay right now. Again, hopefully this just passes by us, and we're back with you in just a moment. Again, when we return, we'll have the girls 4x200 meter relay, followed by the boys 4x200 meter relay. Following that, our 4x200 meter relays will have the mixed 400 meter wheelchair, and then we'll have our 400 meter dashes. So until we are back on with a lightning delay, we'll be off of the live stream, and we'll look forward to continuing.
Attention.
Hello, live stream listeners. We have just received word from downstairs that athletes are now returning to the track for a brief warm-up. It is now 6 p.m. Running events are set to start at 6:30, starting with the girls 4x200 meter relay. Again, that will be a 6:30 start time for the girls 4x200.
Welcome back to our live stream coverage of the 2024 Myrhum Invite here at Arrowhead High School. We're coming off our rain delay and we should be in progress in just a moment. The heats of the women's or girls 4x200 meter relay have lined up on their staging area. This first heat has 8 teams. In lane 1, Whitefish Bay. In lane 2, Oak Creek. In lane 3, Sun Prairie West. In lane 4, Sun Prairie East. Lane 5, Bayport. Lane 6, Wauwatosa East. Lane 7, Lodi. And lane 8, Shorewood. Athletes are getting staged in their lanes. Each runner will run 200 meters. They start in a staggered start. They stay in their lanes the whole time. Looks like the runners out in lane 8 get a head start, but given it's a further corner, everything catches up by the time we get to 700-800 meters. Looks like Sun Prairie West is a scratch from this race, from this heat. So we'll have 7 teams competing. Looks like we will have only 5 teams competing, as Lodi and Sun Prairie West and Shorewood are all a scratch from this initial heat. Just waiting for confirmation from our exchange zone judges, ensuring that all the runners are ready.
The exchange zone is ready. And for your last please. Can you hear me in lane 6, okay? Lane 1, can you hear me? On your mark.
And we're off with the first heat of this girls 4x200 meter relay. Does look like the team from Sun Prairie East is making up the stagger pretty quickly here as we make the exchange here from the first to the second runner at 200 meters. That is the team from Sun Prairie East making up the stagger already. As we come into our third exchange, our third runner. Looks like all the exchanges happened well. We have about 300 meters to go. And we have looks like the team from Oak Creek coming up fast. Bayport coming up fast. Can Sun Prairie hold them off? Boy, that's too close to call. And it does look like Bayport got him on the lean. So Bayport ending up with a time of 146.51. Or Sun Prairie East 146.60. And Oak Creek 146.90.
46, always fourth in the state.
Yeah. So that would put Sun Prairie, Bayport rather, as the fourth team right now in the state rankings as of week 7. Great job to our first heat. All right, in our second heat, lane 1, McGuanago, lane 2, West De Pere, lane 3, Nicolay, lane 4, Sussex Hamilton, lane 5, Milwaukee Lutheran, lane 6, Fond du Lac, lane 7, Fall Creek, and rounding out this heat in lane 8, Fenimore. This is certainly a race where a coach is rewarded for the amount of time he spent practicing exchanges with his athletes. It's not necessarily the 4 fastest girls on the track that get it around the track twice most quickly. It's those that can exchange and have their exchange zones marked off well and have practiced it and can do that exchange, especially on this 4x200, do a blind exchange where the runner doesn't turn around. That way they can happen at maximum speed and without speed loss. Temperatures really dropped here since we've had the rain, and we have virtually no wind, so we have a good potential for some really fast times in these relays. Athletes are taking special effort to warm up good now that temperatures dropped a little bit more. And we're off with the second of 3 sections of the girls' 4x200 relay. Looks like the team from Milwaukee Lutheran moving well in this first 200. Exchange with the third runner coming up here.
This will be the last clock of the boys 1600 feet.
Milwaukee Lutheran has a healthy lead here with about 300 meters to go in this 4x800 relay or 4x200 relay. So a really good battle here for second, third. The exchange is made. Fourth runner coming. It does look like Milwaukee Lutheran, barring anything unforeseen, is going to take this second section. We got a really great battle here, though, going on for second. It does look like the runner from Mugwanago really coming in lane 1. Boy, very close. Does look like Milwaukee Lutheran held off Mugwanago. So Milwaukee Lutheran takes this second heat with a 146.11, Mugwanago 146.42, and Nicolay 147.30.
That 146 is the new number 4 in the state as well. Milwaukee Lutheran.
Yeah. Milwaukee Lutheran there moves up to number 4 in the state rankings with that race. In our third and final heat of the 4x200, in lane 1 we have Pius the 11th, lane 2 Homestead, home 3 Indian Trail, lane 4 Arrowhead, lane 5 Whitnall, lane 6 Kettle Moraine, lane 7 Pulaski, and lane 8 East Troy. This should be a very competitive race. The Arrowhead girls are ranked number 1 in the state right now through week 7. In fact, the Arrowhead team record for this event could fall tonight potentially. Homestead is ranked number 6 in this state currently, and or rather, Indian Trail is ranked number 6 in the state, and Homestead is ranked 8th in the state through week 7 here as we come into this heat, this final heat of the girls 4x200. Again, this should be a potential for a really fast race. As I look out onto the field, the triangular flags, all the flags are very slack. There seems to be no wind whatsoever, so gives us some good potential to see some really fast times get thrown down.
Lane 8, can you hear me okay out there? Lane 8. Lane 1, can you hear me over there? And it's plenty of blocks.
Athletes are loading into the blocks. Guns up. And the runners are away in this third and final heat of the girls 4x200. All teams are moving really well here. Nobody seems to be making up the stagger immediately here, so this looks to be a very competitive race, especially between the first 4 runners here, first 4 teams.
Let's go, Scout! Let's go, Scout!
Second exchange, third runner coming at us right now. It looks like all those exchanges happened. Currently, I think Homestead is leading this, followed by
Arrowhead out in front.
excuse me, that's Arrowhead leading this. And looks like that's a good exchange. We got a good battle here between Arrowhead and Indian Trail, it looks like. Does look like Indian Trail is pulling away here. The results: Indian Trail in first with a 144.21, Arrowhead in second 145.08, and Pulaski in third with a 145.57.
Longest drive today in Vinny in a time of 4 minutes, 54.98.
Yeah, so it looks like Indian Trail with that time would take the second fastest time thus far in the state for this year. So congratulations to them and all the teams in the 4x200.
Down on the track now, the boys are getting set up for the first of 4 sections of the 4x200 meter relay. The state lead in this event has been set by Arrowhead with a time of 127.76. The meet record in this event was set last year by Kimberly with a time of 127.64. So that meet record could be in danger here by the time the last heat rolls around. But for now, let's set the stage for this first section. In lane 3, we have Homestead. Lane 4, Sun Prairie. Lane 5, Milwaukee Riverside. And in lane 6, Nicolay. After this rain delay, the weather really could not be any better. It is low 60s, high 50s here, no wind, almost perfect weather to be competing. So I anticipate seeing some very fast times from now until the conclusion of this meet. The gun is off, and there's a fair start in this first of 4 heats of the boys 4x2. Immediately, it looks like Sun Prairie has made up that stagger on Milwaukee Riverside. Sun Prairie's first leg has really gone out nicely. As they make the handoff, it appears that Sun Prairie is in the lead, followed closely by Nicolay. Coming down the home stretch, all these second legs look to be running very strong, approaching this second handoff to the third runner. Sun Prairie's third runner is running very well and has opened up a bit of a gap on second place, Nicolay. Milwaukee Riverside and Homestead continue to run well in third and fourth. Sun Prairie with a very big gap on second place Nicolay and third place Milwaukee Riverside as they battle for second down this home stretch, but it is Sun Prairie by and large in first, with Nicolay coming in second, Milwaukee Riverside in third, and Homestead in fourth. Sun Prairie won that race, clocking a time of 1:29.98. Nicolay in second, 1:32.59. Milwaukee Riverside in third, 1:33.54. And Homestead in fourth with 1:34.42. As we have the boys getting their block set up for this second heat, I will introduce to you the field. In lane 1, New Berlin West. In lane 2, Wauwatosa East. Lane 3, Lodi. Lane 4, Indian Trail Academy. Lane 5, Milton. Lane 6, Shorewood. In lane 7 is Pius, and lane 8 is New Berlin Eisenhower. We just received word that Shorewood and Pius have scratched from the second heat, so there will be 6 teams competing in this second of 4 heats of the boys 4x200 meter relay. The 1:29.98 time set by Sun Prairie East in that first heat is the 3rd fastest time in the state so far this year. Very impressive running that kind of time coming out of the first heat. The gun is off in this second heat, and all boys are out well.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the award stand now, we are the girls' top place.
All these first runners getting out very strong, looking to set their team up for success as they make the first of 3 exchanges. New Berlin Eisenhower looks to be running very well as Lodi and Indian Trail. New Berlin West on the inside in lane 1 is also running very well, almost making up their stagger. Looking to see who makes the exchange first. It appears to be New Berlin West in first place all the way on the inside, with Lodi running in the white looking very good as well. As they head down the backstretch, this is going to be a very close race for these anchor legs. New Berlin West makes the handoff first, but it is very, very close between these runners. As they come down with 100 meters to go, it is New Berlin West, Lodi, and Milton, 3 across, but here comes Tosa East. Milton separating themselves from the pack, and they will take the win, with Tosa East coming in second. Let's take a look at the time. 1:31.8 from Milton. Tosa East finishes in second with a time of 1:32.1, and Indian Trail finishes in third with a 1:32.34. Sun Prairie East, who took home the victory in that first heat, is still your overall leader as we head in to this third heat.
She's not moving right now.
In this third heat, we have Onalaska in lane 1, Fond du Lac lane 2, Hartford Union in lane 3, Bayport in lane 4. Lane 5 is Racine Case. Lane 6, Pulaski. Lane 7, Oak Creek. And rounding out in lane 8, we have Milwaukee Lutheran. .131.8, the winning time ran by Milton in that second heat, is good enough for 15th on the state honor roll through week 7. Runners are loading into their blocks before the start of this third heat. The gun is off, and these boys are off. Racine Case looks to jump out to an early lead, already making up the stagger on Pulaski. We will see who hands off first. It is Racine Case handing off in first as they charge down the home stretch. Milwaukee Lutheran looks to be running very well as well. But so far, the majority of these teams are running pretty even. It is Milwaukee Lutheran handing off the baton in first at the halfway mark. On the inside, it appears that Fond du Lac is running very well. Coming into this last handoff, it is almost too close to call right now. Coming around this final turn, it looks to be very close. We are in for a very good finish. But right now, it looks like Racine Case with Milwaukee Lutheran and Pulaski chasing. It looks like Milwaukee Lutheran takes the late lead, and it is too close to call for the finish. Milwaukee Lutheran with the win in 131.15. Racine Case in second with 131.28. And Pulaski rounds out the top three in 131.89. Sun Prairie East still holds the overall lead from the first heat. This fourth heat, though, will be a good one. We have the first, third, 9th, and 12th fastest times in the state so far in this section. The meet record, as well as the state #1 time, should be on watch. Let's set the field. In lane 1, Green Bay Preble. In lane 2, West Appear. In lane 3, McGuanago. In lane 4, Arrowhead Warhawks. In lane 5, we have Freedom. In lane 6, Franklin. In lane 7, Janesville Parker. And in lane 8, we have Sussex Hamilton. The first time in the state right now belongs to Arrowhead at 127.76. McGuanago is in third in the state rankings with a 130.43. Janesville Parker has ran 131.36 for ninth in the state, and Sussex Hamilton has ran a 131.67 for 12th best in this state. This should be a very, very competitive final heat of the boys 4x200 meter relay. Again, the meet record is 127.64. That is the time to beat. It is very likely that whoever wins this will have the state lead. We are off in this final heat. And it appears that Janesville Parker has gotten out very well. Arrowhead looks pretty well as well, and Green Bay Preble is out good. Looks like Arrowhead is first at the first exchange, already making up the stagger on Freedom. Janesville Parker looks to be running very well as well, making up the stagger almost on Sussex Hamilton as we approach the halfway point. Arrowhead is first to make the handoff. And it appears Sussex Hamilton and McGuanago are fighting for second. But right now, it is all Arrowhead in this boys 4x200 meter race. Arrowhead Warhawks gapping the field in this 4x200 meters. Almost a 15 to 20 meter lead in the 4x2. Now all eyes are on the clock. West De Pere will take second place and Hamilton in third. But look at that time from Arrowhead. 126.91 from Arrowhead. West De Pere finishes in second with a 129.24, and Sussex Hamilton in third with a 130.01. Arrowhead's 126.91 first place time is not only a new state lead, but a new meet record. Congratulations to the boys on the Arrowhead relay team. Our final results stand as first place Arrowhead 126.91, second place West De Pere 129.24, third place out of the first heat Sun Prairie East 129.98, fourth, Sussex Hamilton with 130.01, and in fifth place, McGuanago, 130.67.
Boys, long jump to get to the podium.
Our next event is the mixed 400 meter dash wheelchair. We have 3 participants: Megan Eggstead from Sun Prairie, Gianni Quintero, Marquette, and Daniel Niles, West De Pere. And they're off. All 3 athletes here off to a good start. Doing a great job handling those chairs. Not easy in the corner. Gianni out to an early lead here. Could just really make that chair move. Fun to watch. Other athletes, both Megan and Daniel, doing a great job of keeping the hammer down here as they enter the last 100 yards. But it'll be Gianni. Looks like a time of just over 1 minute for him. So Gianni Quintero, 101.848. Megan Eggstead, second with a time of 116.19. And Megan Eggstead rounds out the field in third with a 120.37. Congratulations to our 400-meter dash wheelchair participants. Our next event on the track is the girls' 400-meter dash. We have 5 heats of this 400-meter dash. In section 1, lane 2, Emma Hernan, Oak Creek. Lane 3, Kierta Siegert, Germantown. Lane 4, Savannah Jurek, McWanago. Lane 5, Stephanie Anderson, Wauwatosa East. And in lane 6, Ava Dreyer, Onalaska. 400 meters is considered one of the toughest events in track. It's really a long sprint. And although you can't go out as hard as you would in a 100-meter dash, you have to go out really quite fast to be competitive. And with about 100 meters to go, your level of lactic acid in your body really creeps up. And so what we see here is the athletes that are able to keep it together the best, pace it the best, will come to the top in the last 100 meters. We see who can run with the best technique and maintain their composure when those lactic acid levels start to really rise in the last 80 to 100 meters. And we're off. In section 1,
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we have the boys.
Does look like Stephanie Anderson from Wauwatosa East out with the early lead here.
0.98 seconds, Sun Prairie East.
Athletes in this heat entering the final 120 meters.
3 time in Wisconsin, a time of 129.24 less prepared. And in first place,
This look like Ava Dreyer from Onalaska is going to win this heat.
126.91 seconds.
In the finals, Ava Dreyer from Onalaska, 102. Stephanie Anderson, Wauwatosa East, 103.24, and Kierta Siegert, 103.61, so pretty tight race there. Our next heat of the girls, 400 meters in lane 1. Keithlyn Johnson in lane 2. Kendall Robinson from Indian Trail, lane 3. Lucy Fridley, Fond du Lac, lane 4. Jayla Peterson, Milwaukee King. Lane 5, Rachel Bolt, Lake Country Lutheran. Lane 6, Isla Marks, Shorewood. Lane 7, Nadada Ahmad, Milwaukee King. And lane 8, Maya Johansson, from New Berlin Eisenhower. Guns up. And the runners are off in this second heat of the girls 4x100 meters. 4x400 meters, rather.
All right, on the podium we have our field athlete in the mixed 100. In first place is
It's like a very tight race here for the first couple spots.
With a time of 1:20.
Between Jayla Peterson of Milwaukee King, Lucy Findley of Fond du Lac.
1 minute 9 seconds. Daniel Mills.
It does look like Rachel Bolt from Milwaukee Lutheran at the lead. And there's our finish. Rachel Bolt is the winner from Milwaukee Lutheran with a time of 1:02.2. Isla Marks, 1:02.63 from Shorewood, and Kendall Robinson, Milwaukee Indian Trail Academy with 1:03.03. In our third heat of the girls 400 meters, in lane 1, Madison Gramblica from Franklin. Lane 2, Grace Hackle, Xavier. Lane 3, Grace Zorman, Homestead. Lane 4, Hannah Smith, Franklin. Lane 5, Ella Hasser, Pulaski. Lane 6, Emma Wattenbury, Fond du Lac. And those will be our competitors. We had 3 people scratching from this race. The runners from Racine Horlick, Janesville Parker, and Homestead. Guns up, and we're away.
If I can get the top place finishers in the boys pole vault in the awards mat, top place finishers in the boys pole vault.
Does look like our runner in lane 1, Madison Gramblica from Franklin, is making up that stagger very quickly. It's like Madison and Grace Hackle from Xavier really doing battle here as we enter the final 150 meters of this 400 meter. Very tight race here. And it does look like Emma Wattenbury from Fond du Lac. Actually, it's Ella Hasser from Pulaski. We're taking that heat in 1 minute 7:06. In second, Hannah Smith, Franklin, 1 minute 1 second, 0.39. And then Grace Hackle from Xavier, 1:02.13. In our fourth heat of the girls 400 meters, in lane 1, Emily Berger, Wanakee. Lane 2, Sophia Zastro, Germantown. Lane 3, Joycelyn Thompson, West De Pere. Lane 4, Grace Graxick, McGuanago. Lane 5, Celia Gentile, Nina. Lane 6, Charlotte Lewick from Homestead. Runners from on Alaska and Whitefish Bay scratching in this heat also. We have again a perfect night to run this 400 meters. Nice cool temperature, virtually no wind. It's a great opportunity for these athletes to run a personal best time. And we're off with this 4th of 5 heats of the girls' 400-meter dash. It does look like Joycelyn Thompson from West De Pere making up that stagger pretty quickly.
And now
Also, Grace Grasak from McGuanago
place finishers.
coming into the final turn.
10 inches. Jacob Hawk
Out in lane 8, we've got Charlotte Lewick
in second place.
from Homestead.
21 feet, 10 inches. Out on Gavin Sargent.
And it does look like it's going to be Charlotte Lewick in lane 8 from Homestead. Hard to run out of lane 8 and do well in this. 59.13, so nice job breaking a minute. Grace Grazik from McGuanago, 59.1 or 59.9, and Joycelyn Thompson, 59.99. In our final heat of the girls' 400 meters, in lane 1, we have Maya Barnes from Janesville Parker. Lane 2, Caroline Jervak from New Berlin West. Lane 3, Arrowhead Zone Avery Bott. Lane 4, Arrowhead Zone Taylor Thimish. Lane 5, Harper Brandenburg, Janesville Parker. Lane 6, Faith Kebby, West De Pere. Lane 7, Meredith Richter, Medford area. And lane 8, Aslyn White Williams from Martin Luther. We have some very good competition in this race. Faith Kibbe is the 8th ranked runner in the state right now. Taylor Timish, 3rd ranked runner in the state and was 5th at the state meet last year. Harper Brandenburg finishing 6th at the state meet last year. You could see several times here down in the low 57s tonight. And our runners are away. It's like Taylor Timish from Arrowhead making up the early stagger quickly through 200 meters. Avery Bott, Arrowhead, also running very well. Does look like Taylor Thimish in lane 4, moving well. Avery Bott in lane 3, moving well. It does look like they're going to be down in that low 57 range. Have a final time coming up here quickly. And it is Taylor Thimish from Arrowhead, 56.91. Avery Bott, 58.19. Faith Kibbe, West De Pere, 58.62. So three times under 59. Your overall top 3 here all came from that fast heat, with Taylor Thimish in 1st, Avery Bott 2nd, and Faith Kibbe 3rd. And with that time, yeah. Does look like with that time, Taylor will take the new state lead here through week 7 of this season. and Avery Bott would be second.
Next up on the track, we have the boys 400 meter dash. There are 7 sections, and let me introduce to you the first. In lane 1, seems to be some confusion on the track.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have 2 volunteers.
All right, the field for the first of 7 heats of the boys 400 meter dash. In lane 1, Carter Smith from Milton. In lane 2 and 3 have both scratched, so we jump to lane 4. Colin Gindra of West Appear. In lane 5, Elias Richardson from Madison East. In lane 6, Jesus Zavala from Green Bay Preble. Lane 7 is Adam Zern from Hartford. And lane 8 we have Michael Kippenhan from Xavier. I know this is only the first of 7 sections, but looking forward to the 7th of 7 finals, that has the times to be possibly the premier event of the night. But for now, let's look to this first heat as they are getting into their blocks.
Reagan Schumacher, if you are still in the stadium, we need you to the award stand. Reagan Schumacher. If you're a friend of his, snap him.
Runners settling into their blocks here, awaiting the officials' starting gun. And we are off in this first heat. Looks like Elias Richardson from Madison East is jumping out to an early lead, although with the stagger it is hard to tell who is in first. West Appear's Colin Gindra looks to be running well through the 200 meter mark. In the 400, you can really kind of see how this race plays out in the last 150. And based off the looks of it, Damon Lundrum Jr. from Nicolay is walking away with this first heat, gapping the rest of the field. Colin Gindra from West Appear is in second, and there's a race for third. Not sure who finishes in third here, but for now, Damon Landrum Jr. wins this heat in a 51.55. Colin Gindra finishes in second with a 53.94. And in third, Michael Kippenhan from Xavier running a time of 54.29. Moving on to this second heat. In lane 1, Corbin Anderson of Fall Creek. Lane 2, Owen Burchall, University School of Milwaukee. Lane 3, Jordan Deek from Brookfield Academy. Lane 4, Nathan Graff from Lake Country Lutheran. In lane 5, John Merrill, Racine Case. And in lane 6, we have Clenest Rasco from Nicolay. As these boys are now getting ready to lock into those blocks. The gun is up and they are off.
Gentlemen, I'm hoping my mic hangs on for this. Bear with me, you're going to want to listen. In third place for the boys discus.
Racine Case and Brookfield Academy look to be out very, very well this first 150.
But in second place with a toss of 181 feet 2 inches on final lap.
At 200, it is too close to call with about 4 athletes all very close to each other.
From Waterford Union with a toss of 210 feet 8 inches.
LCL, Lake Country Lutheran, looks to be running well. Lake Country Lutheran coming down the home stretch. I believe that is Nathan Graff. Nathan Graff from Lake Country Lutheran gets the win with a time of 52:22. In second place, we have John Merrill from Racine Case, 53:25. And in third, Jordan Deek from Brookfield Academy, 53:56.
What's his name?
We just got word, some very big news from the boys discus. A senior from Waterford Union High School, Bryce Ruland, has thrown the disc 210 feet 8 inches, and that is good for your United States High School number 1 mark. Very impressive, Bryce. I will run through the names real quick of this third heat of the boys 400 as they are getting ready to start. In lane 1, Evan Wiebel, Bayport. Lane 2, Emilio Gary, New Berlin West. Lane 4, Jeremiah Jones, Racine Horlick. Lane 6, London Slocum, Nicolay. Lane 7, Blake Holly, Green Bay Preble. And in lane 8, Douglas Enoch from Martin Luther, as they are already on the backstretch. And Evan Wiebel looks to be making up the stagger, as well as Green Bay Preble's Blake Holly as they come up to the 200-meter mark. Evan Wiebel from Bayport running very well on the inside in lane 1. But with about 150 meters to go, it looks like it is Landon Slocum of Nicolay.
In third place.
These boys are 3-4 wide coming down the home stretch. Douglas Enoch from Martin Luther has broken away and will be your winner, with Landon Slocum, I believe, in second place. Douglas Enoch is your winner of this third heat in the boys 400 with a time of 52:82. London Slocum from Nicolay finishes in second with 53:35, and Blake Holly rounds out the top 3 with a 53:53. He is from Green Bay Preble. Our overall leader is still from the first heat, Damon Landrum Jr. with a time of 51:55. As this fourth heat is getting ready, we can note that lane 1 and lane 8 have scratched. So we will have 6 athletes in this heat. Starting off in lane 2, Gavin Sullivan from Green Bay Preble. Lane 3, Peyton Robbie Brown from Marquette. Lane 4, Hayden Coppersmith from Sussex Hamilton. In lane 5, we have Vance Burnham from Germantown. Lane 6 is Harrison Mueller from New Berlin Eisenhower. And in lane 7, we have James Williams from Bayport. Gun is up and the runners are off in this fourth heat of the boys 400. New Berlin Eisenhower is out to a very good start, coming up to this 200 mark. as well as Sussex Hamilton's Hayden Coppersmith. But right now it is New Berlin Eisenhower's Harrison Mueller with 150 to go, but others are chasing. James William from Bayport looks to be challenging him on the outside.
We've got 3 athletes here who are
I'm sorry, that is Vance Burnham from Germantown in the lead. Vance Burnham from Germantown is going to get the heat win, and it is Harrison Mueller from New Berlin Eisenhower who closes into second place.
in second place.
Vance Burnham runs a overall lead of a 51-28 so far. He is from Germantown. Second place in this heat was Harrison Mueller running a 51-96 from New Berlin Eisenhower. And in third place for this heat was Hayden Coppersmith from Sussex Hamilton running a 52-26.
Special applause for Taylor because every one of those graphics you see up on the big screen, she typed it herself. Thank you, Taylor.
Getting ready for this fifth heat out of 7 of the boys 400, we have Devin White from Milwaukee Vincent in lane 1. In lane 2, Connor Gilbert from Indian Trail. In lane 3, Lucas Mursky from Homestead. Lane 4 is Jake Bova from Wanakee. Lane 5, John Crimes from Milwaukee Riverside. In lane 6, we have Jaden Alvarado Jones from Milwaukee King. Lane 7 is Zaire Hatchett from Milwaukee Lutheran. And in lane 8, we have Michael Linus from Germantown. These last 3 heats, this is where we will start to see guys dipping under that 50-second mark. Zaire Hatchett from Milwaukee Lutheran is out to a very hot start, making up the stagger. Right now it appears that everyone is out very hard and very even. This will make for a very good last 200. 200 meters in, there's about 5 guys who are all there can win this race. This is going to be a very fast last 150. Right now it looks like Jake Bova from Wanakee has the lead, but Lucas Mursky seems to be challenging him. It's Lucas Mursky and Jake Bova coming up to the line. Who will have the best kick? It is Lucas Mursky from Homestead, the junior, with the heat win, running 50-25. Jake Bova settles for second in 50-41, and John Crimes rounds out the top 3 in 50-55. As we mentioned earlier, this wind has died down to essentially nothing. It will not be a factor, at least for these next 2 400s, as we set the field for this 6th of 7 section of the 400. In lane 1 from Freedom, we have Andrew Sawinski. Lane 2 from Germantown is Bennett Krause. Lane 3 from Arrowhead is Remington Landman. Lane 4 is Ethan Gonzalez from Lakeland Union. Lane 5 is Justice Bates from Hamilton. Lane 6 we have Ethan Van Pinkser from Oak Creek. And in lane 7 we have Alexander Ralstad. Lane 8 is Jackson Myers from Marquette. These next 2 400-meter races should be very fast and very competitive, as we are getting to see some of the best racers in the state here compete tonight at the Myrhum Invite. The boys are off, and it looks like Alexander Ralstad from Oconomowoc is out to a very, very quick start, already making up the stagger. All these boys are running very well so far through the 200-meter mark. Bennett Krause is closing in on Remington Landman from Arrowhead, already making up that stagger. but Remington will not let him get to the inside of him, as Remington is putting on a very late surge this last 200 meters. All boys are coming neck to neck. Coming down this last 100 meters, it is Remington Landman and Bennett Krause from Germantown. Germantown edging Remington right at the line for the heat win from Bennett Krause of Germantown, running a 51.5. Remington Landman settles in second with a 50.29, and Justice Bates from Sussex Hamilton finishes in third with a 50.94. We have yet to see someone break the 50-second mark, but I can almost guarantee that will happen in this heat. We have the 1st, the 4th, the 5th, the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th fastest 400 times in the state this year. Starting off in lane 1, Eric Anderson from Lakeland Union. Lane 2 with the 10th fastest time from Onalaska is Casey Barth. Lane 3 from Shore with the 5th fastest time in the state so far is Sam Diliberti. In lane 4, we have the 3rd place finisher from last year's state meet and the number 1 time in the state so far from Janesville Parker, Caden Brandenburg. In lane 5, a sophomore from Oak Creek with a 4th fastest time in the state so far is Landon Harris, who appears to be, that's Gabriel Olson from Oak Creek, 4th fastest time in the state. The 9th fastest time in the state, Landon Harrison, appears to be a scratch. So we move to lane 7, Laurencio Muhammad, and lane 8, Kieran Schindler from Martin Luther and Lakeland Union, respectively. As these boys get in the blocks, we anticipate a fast race. We might see a low 48 or sub 48 second 400 here, as they are off, and they are off fast.
Now on the podium, we have our boys shot putters.
Laurencio Muhammad seems to be running very well in this first 200-meter race. All these boys powering through this first 200, and it looks to be Laurencio Muhammad right now. I'm sorry, that is Caden Brandenburg from Janesville Parker. Caden Brandenburg is blowing away this heat right now in this 400. All eyes are on the clock. And he goes sub 48. Wow. Caden Brandenburg, a senior from Janesville Parker, runs 47.69 in this 400, which is a 1/10 of a second off of the meet record. With the final results, we have Caden Brandenburg from Janesville Parker winning in 47.69. Second place, Gabriel Olson, a sophomore from Oak Creek, running 49.80. In third place, Bennett Krause from Germantown, running 50.15. In fourth, from Homestead, running a time of 50.22. Lucas Mursky. And in fifth place, from Arrowhead, running a time of 50.29, is Remington Landman.
Our next event on the track, the girls 4x100 meter relay. In Section 1, Sun Prairie West, Xavier, and it does look like the teams from Milwaukee, Riverside, and Shorewood have scratched. So it does look like we're going to have just two teams in this first heat of the girls 4x100 meter relay. We have a perfect night to run really fast. Virtually zero wind, as Seth had mentioned, and this really is a race that comes down to who can get the baton around the track and slow down the least in their exchange zones. Not necessarily the 4 runners, but the people who can execute those exchanges really matters in this 4x100 meter relay. These are blind exchanges, and so these runners have practiced their steps. They know how far they need to be into or out of the exchange zone to be able to hit their speed and make that pass within that specific exchange zone. There are judges at every exchange zone making sure that these athletes have completed that exchange within that specific zone. And guns up. And we're away with this first heat of the girls 4x100 meter. This looked like the team from Xavier's out to an early lead. Clean exchanges in the first exchange zone. Looks like a good exchange in that second exchange zone. And it does look like the team from Xavier will take this first heat of the girls 4x100 meters. Xavier's time is a 51.55. Milwaukee Riverside a 52.77. In the second heat of the girls 4x100, in lane 1 we have South Milwaukee, lane 2 Fond du Lac, lane 3 West De Pere, lane 4 New Berlin Eisenhower, lane 5 Sun Prairie East, lane 6 Pulaski, and lane 7 Wauwatosa East. The time to beat so far this year in this 4x100 relay has been set by Wisconsin Dells with a time of 45.12. That's the state leader thus far this year. We see a really good possibility that that could fall tonight. The ideal conditions. Guns up. And our Heat 2 runners are away. Does look like the team from Fond du Lac is making an early move here. This is a very tight race at this point. As our third runners take off into what is the dark corner here on the track. Kind of difficult for us to see up in the press box what happens with that third runner. And it does look like as we come down the home stretch, it's the team from Wauwatosa East. I stand corrected there. It is a team from Pulaski to win that heat. With a time of 51.74, followed closely by Sun Prairie. Actually, Xavier, 51.155, then Pulaski, 51.74, and Sun Prairie East, 52.03. Our next heat in Lane 1, Whitefish Bay. Lane 2, Pius the 11th. In Lane 3, Milwaukee King. In Lane 4, Homestead. Lane 5, Oak Creek. Lane 6, Fenimore. Lane 7, Bayport. And Lane 8, Germantown. So we have 8 full teams in this third heat. It does look like our exchange zones are ready. We're just waiting for our runners to get set in the blocks here. And we're away with heat 3 of 4 of the girls 4x100 meters. Very difficult to tell who's in the lead with this 4x100 meters given the stagger, quick exchange zones. Very polished exchanges for these from the second to the third runner here. As we enter the home stretch. It's like a real battle here. And it does look like Homestead in first with a 57.7, Oak Creek 51.08, and Fenimore a 51.33 to take the top 3 spots in the third heat. Fourth and final heat now of the 4x100. In Lane 1, Indian Trail Academy. In Lane 2, Whitnall. In Lane 3, Milwaukee Lutheran. In Lane 4, Arrowhead. In Lane 5, Nicolay. In Lane 6, Onalaska. In Lane 7, McGuanago. In Lane 8, Fall Creek. Arrowhead does come into this event as the 7th ranked team in the state so far this year. Meet record for this event is held by Wauwatosa East with a 47.81. That record was established in 2016. And we're off with our 4th and final heat of the girls 4x100 meters. All teams have made that exchange. Now between our second and third runner. Coming into the final leg of this 4x100. very close race. And Arrowhead wins that with a 49.78. Nicolay 50.13, and Indian Trail Academy 50.34. Congratulations to the Warhawk girls.
Lining up on the track next is the boys 4x100 meter relay. In lane 3 we have Milwaukee Lutheran, lane 4 Pius, lane 5 Lodi, and in lane 6 Shorewood. The gun is off and it is a clean start for these boys. Shorewood appears to be a scratch for this first of 4 sections. As they make the first handoff, it looks like Lodi and Pius were the early leaders, although Milwaukee Lutheran has had a very good second leg as they hand off to the third runner, almost neck and neck. But Milwaukee Lutheran has really opened up the lead and a gap coming down this home stretch. Milwaukee Lutheran will take the lead, but we have quite a battle for second here as it looks like Lodi will edge out Pius for second place. Taking a look at the times here, Milwaukee Lutheran with a 44.23, Lodi with a 44.67, and Pius with 44.86. The meet record in this event was set back in 2012 by Milwaukee Riverside with a time of 42:09. That is a record that may go down today as the Arrowhead boys have run a state best 42:13, only 4 100ths off of that meet record. We could see the Arrowhead boys relay team take down their second meet record of the day today. For now, though, in this second heat, in lane 1, we have Bayport. In lane 2, Fond du Lac. In lane 4, Sussex Hamilton. In lane 5, Hartford. In lane 6, Green Bay Preble. In lane 7, Racine Horlick, and in lane 8, Milwaukee Riverside. Lane 3, Waterford has scratched from this second heat. The wind has picked up slightly here at Arrowhead, and just the runners on the backstretch will be facing some wind. So our second runners will be going slightly into the wind, and our fourth runners will have a slight tailwind coming down the home stretch. As we are off in this second heat, as it looks like Sussex Hamilton is out very well, although all teams are right there 200 meters in. Bayport is making a very good move on the inside lane, making up their stagger. Coming into the last exchange, it appears to be Sussex Hamilton coming away with this win. Bayport will finish in second with Fond du Lac in third. Let's turn to the time. Sussex Hamilton with a 43.67. Bayport in second with 44.16. And Fond du Lac in third with a 44.25.
Time of 50.13 seconds, Nicolay.
In this second to last section, in lane 1, Janesville Parker. Lane 2, Nicolay. Lane 3, Indian Trail Academy. In lane 4, we have Sun Prairie East. The Slinger boys will take lane 5. Tosa East will be in lane 6. Madison East will occupy lane 7. And in lane 8, we have Oak Creek. The lane 5 Slinger boys appear to be a late scratch in this third heat of the boys 4x1. Again, on this wind, it may not play a big factor in the 800 or 3,200 meter races that we still have to come, but in a short race like the 4x1, the wind can make a huge difference. Just in the, obviously everyone has to deal with the wind, but time-wise, times can really be made or broken by the wind.
Girls 4x2 to the awards stand, please.
We saw that earlier in the boys and girls open 100 meter dash. They were running into a pretty hefty headwind, and the times you could see were just a tad slower than what we were expecting due to that. But here we are now in this third heat of the boys 4x1, and we are on the backstretch. It looks like Madison East is running very well in the outside lanes as they make their second handoffs. Pretty clean handoff from all the guys here. It looks like Madison East and Indian Trail Academy are running very well. We are 3 boys wide down this home stretch. But it looks like Nicolay and Sun Prairie are fighting to the line. I think it was Nicolay who got the lean for the win here. We await the results. And yes, it was Nicolay taking the heat win in 43.98, beating out Sun Prairie East, who ran 43.99. In third place for this heat, we had Madison East running 44.37. Our overall leader so far is still Sussex Hamilton from our second heat, running a time of 43.67. This final heat here in the boys 4x1, we have in lane 1 Whitefish Bay, lane 2 Elkhorn, lane 3 Franklin, lane 4 Arrowhead, lane 5 West Appear, lane 6 Racine Case, lane 7 McGuanago, and in lane 8, we have the Warhawks. In this race so far, we have the 6th and the 7th fastest, 6th, 7th, 12th fastest times in the state this year. So this will be some very good competition in this final heat of the boys 4x1. Again, our meet record in this event is 42.09. Our state lead was set by the boys from Baraboo running a blistering 37.3. As the gun goes off in this final section of the boys 4x1, Arrowhead appears to make the handoff first for this first leg as they head down the backstretch. But McGuanago looks very good as well on the outside, as well as the Warhawks. Arrowhead boys make the second exchange first, and they are out to a sizable lead as they hand their anchor leg down the home stretch. Arrowhead boys will win this, no doubt, but let's take a look at the time. Second place, we have McGuanago in lane 1. Let's look at the time, 42:43 from the Arrowhead boys. In second place, we had Whitefish Bay running 44 flat, and in ninth place, the Warhawks running 44:34. The meet record of 42:09 will stand. Turning our eyes now to the compiled results, we have Arrowhead taking the overall victory with their 42:43. Sussex Hamilton, the winner of the second heat, comes in second overall, running a time of 43:67. And in third place, winning the third heat with a time of 43:98, Nicolay.
All right, ladies and
We have an update for our overall team scores. On the boys' side, we are 10 out of 18 events scored. In first place with 48 points, we have Arrowhead. In second place with 23 points, we have Green Bay Preble. And in third place with 22 points, we have West Superior. On the girls' side, 12 of 18 events have been scored. And yet again, it is Arrowhead at the top of the leaderboard with 81 points. In second place, we have Homestead with 37, and 7 points behind them, sitting in third with 30 points, is McGuanago. Up next on the track, we have the girls' 300-meter hurdles.
Thanks, Seth.
boys 4x1.
With this girls' 300-meter hurdle race, we have 6 sections. The 300-meter hurdles is a very grueling race. You can just see the athletes start to tie up, lactic acid start to build in that last 100 meters especially. So it's really a struggle here to maintain their form, maintain their steps. As they really start to fatigue. Getting over those last hurdles is really a challenge for them. And so we'll see who can keep it together here, who can keep their steps together, who can make it over the hurdles. In our first heat
4x1 to your side, please.
of the girls' 300-meter hurdles,
All of these get over here. All without
in lane 3, we have Chalita Spector from Pius the 11th. In lane 4, Paige Bethke, West De Pere. In lane 5, Riley Wilcox, Lodi. And in lane 6, Mary Jerovic from New Berlin West. The last heat of this race looks to be very competitive, with the 5th, the 12th, and the 6th fastest times running the state this year, all in that last
Now we have the boys
and 6th heat.
100 meters. In third place with a time of 43.98 seconds, Nicolay. In second place with a time of 43.67 seconds, Sussex Hamilton. And in first place, your current state leaders in the 4x100 meter, running a time of 42.43 seconds, Arrowhead.
We have a slight delay as we give out our awards for the boys 4x100 meter relay. We have all the lights on now, and we're off with our first heat of this girls' 300 meter hurdles. It does look like the athletes from Lodi and New Berlin West scratched from this first heat. So we have Chalinda Spector and Paige Bethke. Both athletes successfully navigating these hurdles as they come down to the first 100 meters. Athletes doing a great job of keeping their steps together and successfully getting over those hurdles all the way through the finish here. And it is Chalinda Spector with a time of 51:12 and Paige Bethke second with a 53:52. Our second heat of the girls' 300 meter hurdles. In lane 1, Lexi Dorner, Nina. Lane 2, Ali Zulki, West De Pere. In lane 3, Lina Azami, Oak Creek. Lane 4, Victoria Lanny, Indian Trail Academy. Lane 5, Evie Cat, Shorewood. Lane 6, Chloe Parr, Sussex Hamilton. And in Lane 7, Caroline Jerovec from New Berlin West. Wind has picked up just a little bit here out of the north, and so these athletes in the 300 meter hurdles will be running the first 150 meters about into the wind and then have the last 150 meters at their back. As we wait for athletes to get set, we have a lot to look forward to yet tonight with some great racing coming at you. Some very fast teams in our final relay of the 4x400. It'll be a treat to watch. The meet record in the 300 meter hurdles is held by Brooke Jaworski from Wausau West. And she set that in 2019 with a time of 41:40. We'll have just 6 athletes in this heat. We have a scratch from Shorewood. And we're off in this second heat of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. Enter the last 100 meters here. Does look like Victoria Lanny from Indian Trail Academy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have our boys high jumpers in third place with a jump of 6 feet 2 inches.
And I stand corrected. It was Lina Azami from Oak Creek with a time of 51:19. Chloe Parr from Sussex Hamilton, 51:57, and Lexi Dorner with a time of.
And your champion.
No,
With a jump of 6 feet 4 inches out of Arrowhead, Landon Scrape.
in that last heat. Results changed at the very last minute, so Chalinda Spector from Pius, the 11th, was the winner there with a 51:12. Our next heat of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. In lane 1, we have Macy Price from Sussex Hamilton. In lane 2, Alinda Sodortz from New Berlin Eisenhower. In lane 3, Bella Chaddick from Nina. In lane 4, Josie Shuratz, Madison East. In lane 5, Baraka Jada from Indian Trail Academy. In lane 6, Emma DeSante from McGuanago. In lane 7, Zoe Cole, Tosa East. And in lane 8, we have a scratch from Lodi. And it does look like our winner is going to be out of lane 1. Mary Price from Sussex Hamilton with a 50.30. Zoe Cole in second, 51.45. And Emma Dresdant, 51.98. Congratulations to our top 3 finishers. Section 4 of 6 on the track. In lane 1, Elsie Ridiker, Germantown. Lane 2, Ella Fakari, Pulaski. Lane 3, Namia Keith, Pius. Lane 4, Anna Doherty, Fall Creek. Lane 6, Anna Wyzek, Sun Prairie. Lane 7, Grace Hackle. Lane 8, Gracie Martin from Fall Creek. And in lane 8, Gracie Whita, Germantown.
Also 38 feet 5 inches.
Does look like our winner out of lane 2, Ella Fakari with a 48.44. Anna Whitestick from Sun Prairie, 49.72. And Grace Hackle out of Xavier with a 49.94. Our fifth of 6 heats of these 300-meter hurdles. In lane 1, Allie Brockmeyer, Green Bay Preble. In lane 2, Kaylin Thompson, West De Pere. In lane 3, Emma Keitel, Lake Country Lutheran. In lane 4, Ella Stevens, Onalaska. In lane 5, Madeline Thorson, Bayport. Lane 6, Lily Urban, Pulaski. Lane 7, Layla Sifi, Arrowhead. And lane 8, Sophia Lagarbo, Homestead. And we're off with heat 5 of 6 of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. This appears to be a very tight race going into the back stretch here. Looks like our leader at this point is Emma Keitel from Lake Country Lutheran. And Emma will take the win in this 5th heat, followed closely by Ella Stevens of Onalaska and Kaylin Thompson, West De Pere. Emma's time of 47.66. In our 6th and final heat of the girls' 300-meter hurdles, Keegan Lords, Kettle Moraine. Brooklyn Lammers, Union Grove. Rachel Kleinhaus, Arrowhead. Eva Brandenburg, Homestead. Lydia Merrick, Freedom. Jenna Rusch, Cedarburg. Alexa Warson, Sun Prairie East. Lily Garazas, Whitefish Bay. And looks like Keegan Lords of Kettle Moraine is a scratch.
Rachel's off to a good lead, or a quick start. Rachel and Eva right ahead in Homestead are 1-2.
Looks like Rachel Kleinhaus and Eva Brandenburg from Homestead are off to a good start here. Looks like Eva Brandenburg leading as we come down, but here comes Rachel Kleinhaus. We go into the last hurdle, very tight. And it will be Eva Brandenburg from Homestead winning this with a 45.38, followed closely by Rachel Kleinhaus, 45.51, and Lydia Merrick, 46 1:08.
Hurdle through. Race them up. We should be at the middle level. Any coaches with knowledge of hurdles? Race them up for us.
1 and 3 in the state.
Following the completion of that last race, looks like Eva Brandenburg moves to number 1 in the rankings for the state this year, and Rachel Kleinhaus moves into 3rd overall ranking through week 7.
Next on the track, we have the boys 300-meter hurdles. There will be 10 sections of this event, with a very good 10th section featuring our reigning state champion from Arrowhead, Logan Hicks, who also holds this meet record. Lining the stage for this first of 10 sections of the boys 300-meter hurdles. In lane 1 from Madison East, Marcus McCaleb. In lane 2 from McGuanago, Luca Tess. In lane 4 from Green Bay Preble, we have Ryan Sinkfield. In lane 5 from Racine Case, we have Jaden Garrett. In lane 6 from Fond du Lac, Nathan Vow. And in lane 7 from Fond du Lac, Gio Gonzalez. The state lead in this event is held by Ben Kempe from Stevens Point, running a 39:55. And just based off the seed times I am seeing in this 10th section, that state lead could be in danger. And we are off in this first of 10 sections in the boys 300-meter hurdles. All these boys look to be out well, with McGuanago's Luca Tess coming out to the early lead. He is on the inside of our track now in lane 1. Takes a little bit of a stumble over that barrier, and now there are 3 guys vying for this first place, and it looks like it might be Gio Gonzalez from Fond du Lac with a brief lead. Going over this last hurdle, it will be Gio Gonzalez with the heat win.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final call for t-shirts. If you are hoping to get some sweet...
Looking to the time, it is Gio Gonzalez, the sophomore from Fond du Lac, with the win in a time of 44:29. Second, we have Ryan Sinkfield from Green Bay Preble running 45:24. And in third, from Racine Case, running a time of 45:40, we have Jalen Garrett. This second heat consists of Vincent Mode in lane 1 from Cedarburg In lane 2, we have Connor Henson from Sun Prairie. Lane 3, Chad Banazik from Indian Trail. In lane 4, we have Jeffrey Cork from Bayport. Lane 5 is Nathan Halpin from Homestead. Lane 6 is Carson Stanfield from Sun Prairie East. And we are off. Chad Banazik from Indian Trail is out to a very fast start over these hurdles, and Vincent Mode from Cedarburg is as well. Vincent Mode is in our all the way inside lane in lane 1 right now as they come around this turn with 100 meters to go. But right now it looks like it is Carson Stanfield from Sun Prairie East out to a lead coming down this home stretch with 2 barriers to go. He makes it over 1 as he approaches the last one and clears it with ease as he takes the heat win. He runs a time of 45:04. Second place was Chad Banazik from Indian Trail running for 45:61, and Vincent Mode takes third from Cedarburg running a time of 45:91. In this third heat, we have Edward Jones III from Indian Trail. In lane 2, Jeffrey Roan from Janesville Parker. Lane 3 is Douglas Hamilton from Oak Creek. Lane 4 is Jacob Maths from Green Bay Preble. Lane 5 is Josh Rios from Whitnall. Lane 6 is Carson Bellardi from Marquette. Lane 7 is Oren Vogt from Germantown. And in lane 8, we have Joey Pantuso from Wauwatosa East.
Our next 2 runners are top 5 in the state of Wisconsin.
We are firing away at these heats of the 300 hurdles in an attempt to make up some time from that weather delay we had just 2 hours ago.
45.38 seconds out of Homestead. Eva Gradenberg.
Gun goes off and these boys are off. Douglas Hamilton from Oak Creek appears to be taking the lead in this first 100 meters, but as we know, it is all about how you finish. It is still Douglas Hamilton from Oak Creek in the lead, but Jacob Mathis from Green Bay Preble has come up to challenge him with 100 meters to go in this race. They are neck and neck going over these hurdles. Coming into this last one, it looks like it might be Douglas Hamilton, but as we go over this third hurdle, I think Jacob Matz won this heat, and he did with a time of 44:98. Jacob Matz. Douglas Hamilton took second in 45 flat, and Oran Vogt from Germantown rounded out the top 3 with a time of 45:35. Introducing our fourth heat out of 10 in the boys 300 meter hurdles. In lane 1 from Indian Trail Academy is Kurt Quick. Lane 2, Cone Tum from Fall Creek. In lane 3, Cooper Nuff from Sussex Hamilton. Lane 4 from Pulaski is Joe Mahal. Lane 5 from Xavier is Cole Hippis. Lane 6 from Cedarburg is Lucas Peterman. And in lane 8 from South Milwaukee is Sean Dell Williams. The wind has picked up here on the back stretch, so the first 100 meters of this race, these boys will be running directly into a pretty moderate headwind, but will have that aid on the home stretch of having that at their back when they are the most tired. Joe Mahal from Pulaski looks to be out in the lead to begin with as we approach the halfway mark in this 300-meter hurdle race. It is Joe Mahal and Cole Hippis running side by side with 100 meters left to go. Cole Hippis is still your leader coming into the last hurdle. He will take the heat win. With a time of 43:49. Joe Mahal from Pulaski finishes in second in 44.44. And Shondell Williams from South Milwaukee finishes in 44.78. Our fifth heat in the boys 300 consists of Jordan Gorel from Green Bay Preble in lane 1, Nahaima Teague from Pius Catholic in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Mason Henschel from Fond du Lac. Lane 4 is Maximilian Gehring from Slinger. Lane 5, we have Caden Porup from Elkhorn. Lane 6 is Brody Rip from Lodi. Lane 7 is Keaton Dock from Pulaski. And then in lane 8, we have Brett Hart from Slinger. Gio Gonzalez, who won our first heat, still remains in second place overall. Very impressive coming from the first heat. I'm just seeing here that we have 3 scratches in this race, so this will be a 5-man race in this 5th heat out of 10 in the boys 300-meter hurdles. And we're off. Mason Henschel of Fond du Lac takes the early lead in lane 3 as we approach the curve. Mason Henschel continues to lead coming into this final 100, but we have a tight race for second between Jordan Gorel of Green Bay Preble, Brody Rip, and Keaton Dock. Mason Henschel of Fond du Lac in first. But we have a tight race for second. It looks like Jordan Gorel from Preble will take second place. Mason finishes in first with a time of 43.78, good for second overall. Brady Rip, who finishes second in this heat, runs a 44.43. And Jordan Gorel from Preble, who finishes third, also ran 44.43. But it goes down to the thousandths of a second, and it looks like Brady Rip outleaned him by 2 1,000ths of a second. That is the third decimal place. In the 6th heat, in lane 1, Ariel Rice from Madison East. In lane 2, Eli Anderson from Racine Case. Lane 3, Ben Olvey from Xavier. Lane 4, Alexander Williams from Tosa East. Lane 5, Kevin Jones, also from Tosa East. Lane 6, Nolan Monzingo from Hartford. Lane 7 is Tristan High from Hamilton. And in lane 8, we have Agar Finbu from New Berlin West. As the gun goes off, it appears there are only 4 runners in this heat. I am not sure which runner scratched, so it will be hard to identify who is who. I believe that is Tristan High on the outside from Sussex Hamilton, who is in the lead right now, being followed closely by Agar Finbu and Nolan Mazingo. Tristan High in first place right now, coming over this last hurdle. But the win comes from Alexander Williams from Tosa East, passing him in the last hurdle. Oh no, Tristan High did outlean him. Tristan High from Sussex Hamilton is your winner, running a time of 43.68. 43.69 is Alexander Williams, and then third place in this heat is Nolan Mazingo running a 44.87. In heat number 7 out of 10, in lane 1, Darian Saffold. Lane 2, Jackson Jahinski from West Appear. Lane 3, Gavin Gramowski from New Berlin West. Lane 4, Kyle Zern from Hartford Union. Lane 5, Alexander Valley from Janesville Parker. Lane 6 is Gabriel Belter from Oak Creek. Lane 7 is Peyton Kleba from Cedarburg. And in Lane 8, we have Aiden Cousins, a freshman from Shorewood. We are off in this 7th heat. Peyton Kleba and Kyle Zern are out to a quick start. All these guys running very well, jumping smoothly over these hurdles. But right now, it is Kyle Zern who is out in the lead, running side by side with Aiden Cousins out in the outside lane. Coming into this last hurdle, it is Zern and Cousins. I believe it is too close to call for the win. Very close race. It was Aiden Cousins winning with a time of 42.56, the freshman from Shorewood. Second place, Kyle Zern with a time of 42.65, and Gabriel Belter from Oak Creek ran a 43.91. The 42.56 you just watched from Aiden Cousins is your overall lead as we head into this 8th heat. In this 8th heat, in Lane 1 from Sun Prairie, we have Colton Shurio. Lane 2 from New Berlin West, we have Charlie Benitez. Lane 3 from Hamilton, we have Wes Olson. Lane 4 from Nicolay, Sterling Malone. Lane 5 from Marquette, Ivan Hushmand. From Lane 6 from Onalaska, we have Broden Steiner. Lane 7 from Lake Country Lutheran, Andrew Benz. And in Lane 8 from Freedom, Nolan Phillips. The gun is off, and a slew of guys are out very, very well. I cannot tell who is your current leader, although it looks like Sterling Malone has jumped out to a sizable, or not a sizable, a few meter lead over these guys. Sterling Malone, the junior from Nicolay, is taking over the lead right now with 2 barriers to go. Onalaska's Broden Steiner is challenging on the outside, but he will not have enough room as Sterling Malone from Nicolay takes the win with a time of 41.93. Broden Steiner finishes in second with a time of 42.49, and Wes Olson from Sussex Hamilton finishes in third with a time of 42.71. Setting up this 9th heat, in Lane 1 from Fall Creek, we have Isaac Steinke. From Lane 2 from Lodi, we have Zach Nyquist. In Lane 3 from Nicolay, we have Davis Shepard. Lane 4 from Wanakee, we have William Garcia Heinrich. In Lane 6 from Lakeland, we have Talon Haling. In Lane 7 from Martin Luther, we have Riley Went. And in Lane 8 from Oak Creek, we have Ian Pena. The gun is off here for these boys. And Zach Nyquist takes no time taking up the stagger on the guy in Lane 3. Zach Nyquist is looking very good halfway through this race. It is Zach Nyquist right now in Lane 2 who has led this whole way, leading now in this home stretch. Zach Nyquist gapping the field here in these last 50 meters. He will take the heat win, no doubt. Now we just look to second place. Wow, 4 guys crossed the line almost at the same time for second place, but it is Zach Nyquist running a time of 41.14, taking the heat win. In second place from Nicolay, we have Davis Shepard, and in third place from Fall Creek, Isaac Steinke, with times of 42:27 and 42:28. I'm sorry, third place now was William Garcia Heinrich running 42:28. Here we have the 10th and final heat of the boys 300-meter hurdles, and this should be a good one. In lane 1 from Bayport, Griffin Murphy. In lane 2 from West De Pere, Langdon Norgard. In lane 3 from Hartford, Dominic Safaldi. In lane 4 from Arrowhead, Logan Hicks. In lane 5 from Nicolay, Kai Force. In lane 6, Riker Pignati. In lane 7 from Aguanago, we have Devin Viola. And in lane 8 from Sun Prairie West, we have Daniel Wilson. A lot of familiar names from the 110 hurdles just a few hours ago. We are off. All boys jumping over that first hurdle at almost the same time. Logan Hicks and Landon Norgard have made up the staggards on their outside lanes already. Right now it looks like Landon Norgard with the lead, but it is Logan Hicks now who is coming on very strong late. As now it is Logan Hicks and Daniel Wilson. Logan Hicks running very, very strong over this last hurdle. He will come in with a blistering time in your leader. He will run a 38:45, which is slightly off his meet record. Daniel Wilson from Sun Prairie West takes second in 39:68, and Riker Pignati finishes in third with 40:82. Logan Hicks' time of 38:45 earns him a state number 1. Daniel Wilson, who runs 39:68, will get him a state number 2. Riker Pignati from KM, who ran 40:82, that is good enough for a state number 9. Congratulations, boys, on your state marks.
Our next event on the track, the mixed 800-meter wheelchair. We have 2 participants, Daniel Nels, West De Pere, and Megan Ickstead, Sun Prairie East. So it'll be 2 laps around the track. They've got a great night for doing this. Wind has picked up just a little bit out of the north. We had completely calm conditions just a little bit ago, but not a significant wind. Not going to affect these wheelchair athletes significantly. They are off to a fast start. Looks like Daniel Niles with the early lead here, but Megan seems to be holding that gap. So 200 meters in, about 45 seconds. As we come down the home stretch here, with 500 meters to go, both athletes seeming to hold their pace very well. Heads down, charging ahead. Both athletes really in control of their chairs, doing a fantastic job maintaining this pace. This is where this 800 meters really starts to burn, is with approximately 600 meters gone and 200 meters to go. Both athletes doing a great job of maintaining their pace, keeping their body position. About 150 meters now to go for Daniel. Daniel split at the 400 meters was 122 and Megan 127, so very fast times. Daniel has about 80 meters to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now have our boys 300-meter awards on the award stand. In third place from Kevin Lorraine with the time of 40.
So Daniel will come across that line first with the time of
39.68 seconds. Daniel Wilson.
2:59.9.
And your meet record holder running his first race.
And Megan comes across in a 3:02.64, so 6 minute per mile pace. Good job, athletes. Our next event on the track is the girls' 800 meters. We'll have 3 heats of this girls' 800 meters. In our first heat, in lane 1, Gracie Ballesteros. Lane 2, Ava Dreyer. Lane 3, Grace Zazel from Indian Trail Academy. Lane 4, Kate Cole, University School of Milwaukee. Also in this race, because there will be more than 8 athletes in this race, Emily Zeller from New Berlin West. Kaylee Marawi, Lake Country Lutheran. Kate Schmall, West De Pere. Megan Curran, Whitefish Bay. Samantha Weibhaus, Mukwonago. Dina Marie Gonzalez, New Berlin Eisenhower. Kate Coley, University School of Milwaukee, and Emma Groff, Warhawks. Looks like Kate and Emma are scratches, so we're off with this first heat of the girls' 800 meters. 800 meters is really a very challenging event. It's about 70% anaerobic and 30% aerobic, and so it's an event that's really a long sprint, and these athletes need to go out hard, but if they go out too hard, the last 200 meters can be challenging. Looks like they're going through that first 200 meters in about 36 seconds, so a pretty good pace here for this first heat.
And now on the award stand.
These athletes do cut into the first lane shortly after the first 100 meters, and so
in first place on the boys' side with a time of 2 minutes, 50.99 seconds, Danielle Mills of West De Pere. And in first place on the ladies' side.
looks like these athletes are going to go through that first 400 meters in about 1 minute and 13 seconds for our leaders. I don't know who's the lead. Oh, now. At 400 meters, our leaders were Grace Kozel from Indian Trail Academy, Gracie Bileros from Germantown, and Kaylee Morla from Lake Country Lutheran. .200 meters to go. This is where these athletes really need to focus on their technique, keep their form together. It's not who runs faster in these last 200 meters. It's really who doesn't slow down. It may look like people are kicking, but generally it's who's slowing down the least. Athletes really doing a great job of maintaining their technique. And it does look like Kate Schmoll from West De Pere winning that heat. Megan Curran second. Carly Morna third from Lake Country Lutheran. Kate's winning time in that heat, 2:27.13. Our second heat of the girls, 800 meters. Mara Gaskin, Homestead. Shella Ellert, Sun Prairie East. Jayla Taylor, Indian Trail Academy. Sierra Gill, Homestead. Emily Berger, Wanakee. Emma Dornbush, Green Bay Preble. Reagan Svick, Franklin. Venetia Burgos, East Troy. Emerson Fabre, Pulaski, London Gorowski from Oconomowoc, and Ellie Brenner from the Warhawks. Again, this is the second of 3 heats of the girls for 800 meters. Athletes stay in their lanes for the first approximately 120 meters of this race, and then they can break in at the cones. Given the temperature and the wind speed, these athletes have a really good opportunity to set a personal record tonight. Gun is up. And our second of 3 heats is away. Athletes needing to take it out pretty hard to connect with the leaders here. It does look like our Homestead athletes taking out to an early lead. All these girls, very accomplished runners. Very tight pack here through about 300 yards. Really, any number of these women could win this tonight. They're through in about 108 at the quarter. Sheila Ellert from Sun Prairie, followed closely by Mara Gaskin and Emerson Fabre. Does look like Sheila Ellert taking the commanding lead here as we pass the 600-meter mark. Athletes really needing to work on staying relaxed now and picking up the pace, holding their speed as they come into this last 50 meters. And it will be Sheila Ehlert from Sun Prairie East with a time of 2:20.69. Emerson Fabre 2:22.68, and Sierra Gill 2:24.21. In our third and final heat of the girls' 800 meters, we have Autumn Mikulski, Schwamigan, Charles Trinity McKinsey, Cedarburg, Meredith Richter, Medford area, Hannah Halleck, Madison Country Day, Claire Hemela, Freedom, Lily Kriegel, Whitefish Bay, Allison Burkarski, Green Bay Preble, Shaylin Swenson, Homestead, Grace Grazak, McQuanigo, Gabriel Haller, Green Bay Preble, and it does look like the athletes from Onalaska, Whitefish Bay, and Schwamigan will be no-shows in this last and final heat. And the meet record for this event tonight is held by Kylie Finger of Oconomowoc, 2:14.55. That meet record is in danger of being broken tonight. Charlotte Trinity McKinsey with the #1 ranking in state coming into this, and placed second last year at the Wisconsin State meet. Very capable of potentially breaking this record. Does look like Charles McKinsey took that out in a 63. So definitely the record is in danger of being broke tonight. She's looking very strong through 600 meters. Not a change in her stride at all. Commanding lead over the field. Grace Grazak in second, and Meredith Richter in third. Got 150 meters to go, and we'll look who can maintain their speed here. Does look like Charsley Trinity McKinsey will be the winner, the 2:17.42. Meredith Richter from Medford area, 2:18.63, and Hannah Halleck from Madison Country Day will be third with 221.31. And those are your overall 3 top athletes. All came out of this last heat. 217 for Charlize, Meredith 218, and Sheila 220.69.
We are off in this first heat of the boys 800 meter. As I set the field for you, we have Alexander Zabel from Indian Trail, Philip Wiegland from Racine Case, Josh Ellerman from Mauston, Grant Hagney from Fort Atkinson, Troy Bartlett from Oconomowoc, Daniel Augustine from Pulaski, Drew Simmons from Onalaska, Benny Bejma from Shorewood, and Abu Bakar Ali from Milwaukee Riverside as they hit the 200 meter mark in a very strong time. We will see the split at the 400, and it appears to be 57 high for our leader, who is Grant Hagney, a sophomore from Fort Atkinson, followed closely by Daniel Augustine from Pulaski and Abu Bakar Ali from Milwaukee Riverside. But right now it is Grant Hagney and Daniel Augustine on the backstretch with about a 5 meter gap in front of the rest of the field. Although it looks like Drew Simmons from Onalaska is looking to close that gap as he moves into third place and pushes towards second. At the 600 meter mark, there are about 4 or 5 guys who can still win this race, as there is a big pack chasing Grant Hagney from Fort Atkinson as we approach the home stretch. Drew Simmons with 100 meters to go decides to swing wide and try and overtake Grant. Grant is going to hold him off. Grant Hagney trying to hold off Daniel Simmons. But that looks like Daniel Augustine from Pulaski on the outside who might get this win. Josh Ellerman from Mauston wins this very tight first heat in 2 flat .25. Grant Hagney from Fort Atkinson runs 2 flat .35, and Troy Bartlett from Oconomowoc runs 2 flat .61. Here in this second of 3 heats in our 800 meter, we have Jack McCauley from Whitefish Bay, Titus Conley from Lake Country Lutheran, Caleb Schreiber from Maguanago, Owen Salis from Oconomowoc, Luis Jean Baptiste from Green Bay Preble, and Ryan Optekar from Shorewood. In these 800 meter races, they have been lining these athletes up in alleys, which they must stay in until a coned off area on the backstretch in which they can cut in to lane 1. The meet record in this event is held by Rowan Ellenberg of Kimberly, who ran 1:53.86 back in 2019. Our state lead is held by Parker Dewey from Eau Claire Memorial, running a time of 1:52.68. 6 men are off here in this second heat of the boys 800, and it looks like they are out quick. The first 50 meters. Coming out and cutting into the backstretch, they all form in a single file line. That is how you know the pace is very quick when they are not all bunched up. They come across the 200 in about 27 seconds as they take this second turn in the first lap of the boys' 800-meter race. I believe that is Caleb Schreiber from McGuanago in the lead, with Jack McCulley of Whitefish Bay now overtaking him as they cross the 400-meter mark in 56.84 seconds. Jack McCulley is your leader, with Caleb Schreiber and Owen Salis following closely behind. Owen Salis making a strong move heading into the backstretch, overtaking the lead. It is now Salis, McCauley, and Schreiber, 1, 2, 3. Salis is starting to open up a little bit of a gap on second place, Jack McCauley, as we head into 200 meters to go. Owen Salis running very strong right now, about a 10-meter gap on the rest of the field. We have a battle right now for second place between 3 guys. Owen Salis should take the win here, but it is Luis Jean Baptiste and Jack McCauley fighting for second place as they get to the line. I think Luis will get them, and it will be close. Owen Salis, the sophomore from Oconomowoc, dips under 2 minutes, running 1:59.60. Luis Jean Baptiste from Preble runs 2 flat 47. And Jack McCauley finishes in third from Whitefish Bay, running 2 flat 69. Here we have the third and final heat of this boys' 800-meter race, which features some athletes who appeared at last year's state meet. Andrew Milhoff from Kaukauna finished 7th at the state meet last year. Remy Strickarch from Indian Trail finished 13th. We also have Bennett Kraus from Germantown in here. Elias Ullman from Homestead has the 11th fastest time in the state this year. Owen Clark from Lakeland Union is also in this race, as well as Isaac Henkel from Fenimore. We also have Arrowhead's own Tyler Hyman running here, as well as Jacob Jones from Whitefish Bay, who finished 22nd at the state meet last year. Rounding out the field from Homestead, we have Jay Talley. All of these runners' seed times are separated by about 2 seconds, so this should be a very tight race. A race that will most likely come down to whoever has the best kick in the last 200 meters. The runners take a few steps forward. The gun goes off in the final heat of this boys' 800-meter race here at the Myrhum Invitational. Andrew Milhoff from Kaukauna wastes no time going straight to the front on this backstretch, taking the boys out through the 200-meter in about 27 high, which for these guys is very within themselves. Again, it is a very tight group here coming into the home stretch for this first time, as Andrew Milhouse from Kaukauna leads. All these guys are within a meter of each other as we come into the 400. Coming through at around 58 seconds, which is pretty conservative for guys who can run 156. As we see here, this pace is all within these guys as they are all pretty bunched. With about 300 meters to go, this is usually where someone makes a move. But right now, it is all Andrew Millhouse leading a string of runners down the backstretch. Any one of these athletes can still win the race with 200 meters left to go, as they are all trying to make their case for the win. Andrew Millhouse is still your leader right now. Tyler Hyman is coming up on the outside, nearing the leaders in the outside of lane 2. There are 4 guys. They are 5 lanes wide. Right now, I believe it is Owen Clark from Lakeland Union who gets the win. It is Owen Clark from Lakeland Union with the win in a time of 1:57.46. Tyler Hyman from Arrowhead runs a personal best of 1:57.62 for second place, and Remy Strycharch from Indian Trail Academy finishes in third in 1:57.75. 7 athletes in this heat dipped under 2 minutes. As we have our final results, Owen Clark from Lakeland winning in 1:57.46. Tyler Hyman second, 1:57.62 from Arrowhead. Remy Stryarch from Indian Trail Academy in third with 1:57.75. Andrew Millhouse from Kaukauna finishes in fourth with a time of 1:57.93. And Elias Ullman from Homestead, a sophomore, finishes in fifth with a time of 1:57.95. The next event on the track is the girls 200-meter dash. The meet record in this event is held by Delia Martins from Shorewood back in 2021, running a time of 22:34. The Wisconsin lead in this event is held by Annabelle Coldren, running a time of 24:92. But right now in this first heat of 3, we have Ariana Cobb from Milwaukee Riverside, Angelica Jones from Pius Catholic, and Ontaria Jones from Milwaukee Vincent in lanes 3, 4, and 5. The gun goes off in this first of 8 heats of the girls 200. And it looks like Ariana Cobb with the lead coming into the home stretch. It will be Ariana Cobb with the win in this first heat from Milwaukee Riverside, posting a time of 28:11. Ontaria Jones finishes in second with a time of 28:52. I will note in these 200-meter races, wind will be a great benefit to these athletes, as they will not have to run into the wind at all and will get all of the wind as they finish on the home stretch. In Heat 2 of the girls 200 meters, in Lane 1, Jayla Drenger from Green Bay Preble. Lane 2, Nicholin Johnson from Slinger. Lane 4, Caitlin Bailey from Ocon. Lane 5, Kanaya Williams from South Milwaukee. Lane 6 is Caroline Basor from Xavier. Lane 7 is Addison Kruger from Pulaski. We should see some very fast times from both the girls and the guys in this 200-meter run, considering the wind they will have at their back.
Place finishers in the 800.
We are off.
In third place with a time of 1 minute 57.75 seconds.
All these girls are pretty even through the halfway point, but it looks like Addison Kruger from Pulaski
Congratulations, Revolutions.
has got a very tight lead, but not anymore. It is Nicholin Johnson from Slinger, the freshman, who will take the heat win in a time of 27:12. Addison Kruger from Pulaski finishes in second with a time of 27:65, and Kanaya Williams, a freshman from South Milwaukee, finishes in third with a time of 27:92. In the third heat of 8 in the girls 200, in Lane 1, Grace Rentz from Xavier. Lane 2, Naya Pace from Nicolay. Lane 3, Morgan Johnson from Germantown. Lane 4, Bracy Nelson from Fenimore. Lane 6, Josie Blars from the Warhawks. In Lane 7, Ella Brannon from McGuanago. And in Lane 8, we have Sydney Grady from Milton. Gun is off, and they are out. Naya Pace from Nicolay does a great job of making up the stagger early on her competitor to the outside lane. Right now it looks to be Josie from the Warhawks and Nia from Nicolay coming down the home stretch. It is Nia and Josie to the line. I think Nia Pace wins it. Yes, she does, with a time of 26:79 from Nicolay. Josie Blars from the Warhawks comes in second with a time of 26:91. And Grace Rentz from Xavier finishes in third with a time of 27:06. Moving on to this fourth heat. In Lane 1 from South Milwaukee, Maggie Ayler. In Lane 2 from Lake Country Lutheran, Rachel Bolt. In Lane 3 from Pius, we have Alana Lloyd. In Lane 4 from Franklin, we have Hannah Smith. In Lane 5 from Xavier, we have Lauren Erickson. From Lane 6 from Milwaukee King, we have Nadia Ahmed. In Lane 7 from Racine Horlick, we have Mary Weissessel. In Lane 8 from India Trail, we have Aliyah Taylor. And we are off. It looks like Alana Lloyd from Pius got out very well as Lauren Erickson from Xavier. As they come into the home stretch, it is Lauren Erickson from Xavier with a 5-meter gap on the rest of the field, although Aliyah Taylor is chasing in second, but it will not be enough. Lauren Erickson from Xavier gets the win in a time of 27:06. Elia Taylor from Indian Trail finishes in second with a time of 27:42, and Mary Weisenel from Racine finishes in third with a time of 27:65. The wind continues to play a factor here in this 200 meters, aiding the runners down the home stretch. We are now just looking to see how much aid they will get from heat to heat. But in this fifth heat, in lane 1, we have Jayla Peterson from Milwaukee King. In lane 3, Isabella Malasek from Onalaska. In lane 4, Amanda Van Keister from Green Bay Preble. In lane 5, we have Sophia Ferguson from Fond du Lac. In lane 6, we have Kalia Terrell from Germantown. In lane 7, we have Annika Oders from Cedarburg. And in lane 8, we have McKenna McGarry from Onalaska. The race is off and all girls are even through about the 80-meter mark as they make the turn onto the home stretch. It looks like Kalia Terrell from Germantown, although Sophia Ferguson is challenging and has now taken the lead. But here comes Isabel Malasek on the outside. Will it be enough? It is too close to call. It is Sophia Ferguson from Fond du Lac running 26:99. Isabella Malasek finishes in second with 27 flat, and her teammate McKenna McGarry, also from Onalaska, finishes in 27:01. In Heat 6 of 8 in the girls' 200 meters. In lane 2, Jocelyn Thompson from West Appear. In lane 3, Sophia Zastro from Germantown. In lane 4, Natalie Lupi from New Berlin West. In lane 5, Lucy Jensen from Brookfield Academy. In lane 6, Faith Kibb from West Appear. In lane 7, Madison McCroy from Indian Trail Academy. And in lane 8, we have Olivia Carey from McGuanago. Runners are getting set in their blocks, waiting for the officials' go. And they are off. Natalie Lupi from New Berlin West looks hot out of the blocks, already making up the stagger on the girl to her outside. Faith Kibble from West Appear is also running very well, but right now it is all Natalie Lupi from New Berlin West. Faith Kibb from De Pere tries to make a comeback, but she will not have enough room. It will be Natalie Lupi from New Berlin West running a time of 25:99. Teammates from West De Pere, Faith Kibb and Jocelyn Thomas, will run 26:18 and 26:45 for second and third, respectively. Into our second to last heat of the girls' 200-meter dash, Heat 7. In lane 1 from Homestead, Natalie Mueller. In lane 3 from West Appear, Erica Ukola. In lane 4 from Fall Creek, we have Rebecca Sturz. In lane 5 from Aguanago, we have Layla Pressendorfer. In lane 6 from Onalaska, Jenna Richels. And in lane 8 from Slinger, we have Emily Sigilski. Runners are set, and they are off. All runners are very even through the first 50 meters of this race. Nobody out to an outstanding lead yet. It is very close between Jenna Reichels and Layla Pressendorfer, but right now it looks like it is all Layla Pressendorfer, the sophomore from McGuanago, who will get the heat win in a time of 25:32, followed by Jenna Richels from Onalaska in a time of 25:47, and Erica Ukla from West De Pere rounds out the top 3 in 26 flat. Here in this 8th and final heat of the girls 200, we have Eva Brandenburg from Homestead, who I believe ran the 300 hurdles and the 110s as well. In lane 2, we have Dakota Mitchell from Sun Prairie. Lane 3 and 4 are occupied by Arrowhead teammates Taylor Timich and Avery Bott. In lane 5 from Pulaski, we have Olivia Sprangers. In lane 6 from Janesville Parker, we have Harper Bradenberg. In lane 7 from Nicolay, Angela Dale. And in lane 8 from Whitnall, Kiara Cooper. Avery Bott currently holds the 5th fastest time in the state so far from Arrowhead. Angela Dale from Nicolay finished 5th at state last year in this event, and Taylor Timich finished in 7th at state in the 200-meter dash, as the girls load into their blocks for what should be a very exciting 25 seconds. And they are off. Olivia Sprangers from Pulaski looks to jump out to an early lead, but Angela Dale from Nicolay on the outside will not give up. Neither will Harper from Janesville Parker. But right now it is Avery Bott from Arrowhead who looks to secure the win. In a late surge the last 50 meters, Avery Bott comes in with the win with a time of 25:41. Angela Dale from Nicolay finishes in second with a time of 25:61, and Taylor Timish finishes in third in this heat with a time of 25:77. Although it appears that Layla Pressendorfer will be your overall winner from Heat 7, running a time of 25:32. Avery Bott, who won the final heat, finishes in second with a time of 25:41, and Angela Dale will finish in third from Nicolay with a time of 25:61. Congrats to Layla and Avery, who finished 1-2 in this event, who also are sophomores, so they have a lot to look forward to in the next few years. Up next on the track, we have 7 heats of the boys 200-meter dash.
As Seth had indicated, our next event is the boys 200-meter dash. These are all the fast twitch animals coming at you. It's really a fun event to participate in and to watch. In this first heat, we have Amari Ward, Pius the 11th, Dacon Smith, West De Pere, and Devin White from Milwaukee Vincent. And it looks like that event was taken by Dacon Smith with a time of 23.75. Amari Ward in 24:04 and Devin White in 24:50. Our second heat in lane 1, Michael Linus, Germantown. Lane 2, Luke, I guess Luke Marty is a scratch from Shorewood. Alexander Warsket, Oconomowoc. Chris Sheehan, Hartford Union. Sean Parrish, looks like Sean Parrish is a scratch also. Gabe Moss from Onalaska. So just 4 athletes in this second heat of the boys 200-meter dash. State leader in this event is Landon Gallen of Whitefish Bay with a time of 21.75. Does look like lane 4, Sean Parrish, might be our leader here. Actually, it's Alexandra Warstad from Oconomowoc with a time of 22.88, followed by Sean Parrish and Gabe Moss, both with 23.41 and 23.42. Our third heat of the boys 200. Noah Daniel, Oak Creek. Michael Schwartz, Whitnall. Rylan Roll, Pulaski. Owen Tedding, Sussex Hamilton. Jordan Diek, Brookfield Academy. Ethan Cobe, Fond du Lac. Adam Lamers, West De Pere, and Andrew Clemens from Racine Horlick.
With a time of 25.32 seconds. On the Blanco, Leon Pacifico.
Athletes are loading in their blocks. And they're off in the third of 7 heats of the boys 200 meters. And it does look like lane 3, Rylan Rodel, early lead. Very close at the finish here, too close to tell. And it will be Adam Lammers of West De Pere, 23.1. Michael Schwartz, Whitnall, 23.18. And Rylan Rodel from Pulaski, 23.22 to round out the top 3 spots in this heat. In our next heat, we have Nathan Groff, Lake Country Lutheran. Jaden Alvaro Jones, Milwaukee King. Bennett Bradley, Greenfield. Ethan Van Pinsker, Oak Creek. Tyler Griffin, Nicolay. Jordan Freel, Sussex Hamilton. Chris Sutherland, New Berlin West. And we have a scratch from a Lodi athlete. So we'll have 7 athletes running in this event. And they're off. We have a very close race coming down into the wire here. Challenging to tell, but it did look like Jordan Alvaro Jones from Milwaukee King takes the win there with 22.77. Tyler Griffith with a 22.83, and Bennett Bradley with a 22.96. Heat 5 of the 200. From Arrowhead, Harper Hughes. Marquette, Jason Myers. From Wauwatosa West, Kevin Joklin. From Homestead, Sean O'Brien. Racine Case, Lincoln Meyer. From Homestead, Jackson Montgomery. From New Berlin Eisenhower, Javon Love. And from Arrowhead, Jackson Schultz. And they're off. Does look like Sean O'Brien from Homestead, your early leader. But a race that ended up very close. Sean O'Brien does take the win with 22.44, followed by Harper Hughes of Arrowhead in 22.49, and Kevin Joklin rounds out that field from Wauwatosa West with a 22.72. In our sixth heat, Casey Barth from Onalaska. Aiden Grosskopf is a scratch from Lodi. Jake Bova, Wanakee. Vance Burnham, Germantown. Rocky Duran, Fond du Lac. Sam Dilberti, Shorewood. Lucas Mursky, Homestead. John Crimes, Milwaukee Riverside, and Aiden Grosskopf, which we just announced is a scratch. They're really moving these heats along, I think, in an attempt to catch up. We did have a 2-hour rain delay, and we still have the 3200 after this and the 4x4s. So we're looking forward to those events. But thinking they're getting these heats of the 200 off at a very good pace. And we're off with the sixth of 7 heats of the boys 200. And this is a very, very tight heat as we come down the stretch. It does look like Vance Burnham from Germantown. But no, it's Jake Bova from Wanakee, John Crimes, Milwaukee Riverside, and Sam Dilberte. Those are our top 3. Jake Bova's time, 22 rather. 5-1. Our last heat of the boys 200, heat 7 of 7. We have Kieran Schindler, Martin Luther, Sam Vargas, Arrowhead, Mason Kelly, McGuanago, Landon Gallen, Whitefish Bay, Kia Sheridan, Milton, Aaron Hamble, Freedom, Owen Backus, Elkhorn area, and Caden Brandenburg from Janesville Parker. Actually, Owen and Caden are scratching this event. Landon Gallup from Whitefish Bay has a number 1 time in the state coming into this event. Looks like Caden Brandenburg last year was 10th in this event at the state meet. Kea Sheridan from Milton, currently ranked 3rd in the state. And they're off. Very tight race here, but it does look like Arrowhead's Sam Vargas is your winner with a time of 21.87, followed closely by Landon Gallen, Whitefish Bay 22.93, and Mason Kelly, McGuanago 22.47. We'll see how those stack up against the total results. Does look like the overall results show Sam Vargas of Arrowhead is your overall winner in 21.87. Landon Gallum 21.93, and Sean O'Brien Homestead 22.44. Mason Kelly from McGuanago 22.47, and Harper Hughes from Arrowhead is your 5th place overall with a 22.51. The next event on the track is our girls 3,200 meter run. We have 25 athletes participating in this event. Looks like some very good competition here between Nora Grembon from Northland Pines and Autumn Mikulski from Schwamagon. Those two athletes ahead in their seat times of the other athletes in this field. I'll try to get through these names as we have time here with the 3,200 meters being at its 11-minute event. So in addition to Nora and Autumn, who I already mentioned, we have Piper Schuster, Schlinger, Lily Fouts, Xavier, Emily Moen, Franklin, Faith Werman, New Berlin, Eisenhower, Olivia Heimel, Schlinger, Amy Gronert, Shorewood, Manita Methpatreth, Sussex Hamilton, Carly Elkin, Sussex Hamilton, Libby Ray, Arrowhead, Ann Straka, Arrowhead, Melanie Weber, Green Bay Preble, Diala Hendon, Nasita, Rose Erland, Brookfield Academy, Gabby McGuire, Bayport, Emily Hara, Franklin, Stella Grunman, Schlinger, Cassidy Schwung, New Berlin West, Samia Fox, Germantown, Ella Krunk, Whitefish Bay, Brooke Macharski, Sun Prairie, Lizzie Liker, Germantown, Camille Haler, Green Bay Preble, and Hannah Court-Dick from Oak Creek. And these girls are off in a tight pack. This is really a race of even pacing, and athletes are rewarded for taking each 200 and running at a very specific pace. And the athletes who will win this will go through the 400 meter, and they'll hold that 400 meter time until probably the last 400 meters of the race. This is 8 laps around the track.
In 3rd place, Adam Winstead, the top time on 22.44 seconds, Sean O'Brien.
The meet record here for this event. First girls here go through the first 400 in about 1:19. Our leader is Nora Gremben from Northland Pines, followed closely by Faith Werman of New Berlin Eisenhower. Both those girls at 1:19 at the quarter. Piper Schuster in 3rd. Meet record here is Molly Seidel, ULS. You may know Molly is having a successful career at Notre Dame, and then going on and winning the Olympic bronze medal in the last Olympics. Her record time here is a 10:21.97, set in 2012. Athletes for this event in particular, the 3,200, have a perfect night tonight. It's cool, not much wind, very little chance of them overheating tonight. Nora Gremben and Faith Werman out to a commanding lead here. at 800 meters. Looks like they're coming through that 800 meters in about 2:39, 2:40. Yep, 2:39.8 and 2:41.4 for Faith. Piper Schuster in third with a 2:44 at 800 meters. 6 laps to go. Our leaders just look like they're working off of each other. Both of these two leaders, accomplished athletes. Both of these top two athletes, Nora and Faith, will also benefit from the ability to feed off each other and have one push the other. They'll run much faster given that they have each other's company at the front. Does look like Faith Werman has taken the lead. But really they're running shoulder to shoulder. They go through this third lap in 4:03. That last lap was a 1:23. 400, so they're moving along at a pretty fast pace here. So our leaders through 3 laps: Faith Werman, New Berlin Eisenhower, Nora Grimman, Northland Pines, Piper Schuster, Schlinger, Lily Fouts, Xavier, Emily Moen, Franklin, Stella Gruneman, Schlinger. Schlinger has 3 athletes here in the top 8 overall at this race. And that shows in their cross-country results in the fall. Does look like Nora Grimban from Northland Pines has retaken the lead with Faith Werman right on her heels. These athletes could be working together. Wouldn't it surprise me to see Faith take the lead again. Although it does look like Nora's creating a small gap here now. Their time through the first mile, 5:28 for our top 2 athletes. Then we have Lily Fouts and Piper Schuster both at 5:34 through the mile. Nora Grimban opening up a small gap here, probably about 10 meters. Looks like Libby Ray from Arrowhead moving up. Our first athletes, top athletes now through 5 laps. Nora Grimban, Northland Pines, Faith Werman, New Berlin Eisenhower, Lily Fouts, Xavier, Piper Schuster, Schlinger, Emily Moen, Franklin, Carly Elkin, Sussex Hamilton, and Libby Ray, Arrowhead. Our third place just switched around where Piper Schuster has now moved up into 3rd place. Nora Grimbaum with a commanding lead now. That lead is now growing to 30 to 40 yards as we come up to about 1,000 meters to go. All the girls in this race really moving along quite well. Good packs of runners have developed, giving them the ability to feed off each other. But Nora Grimbaum at the front here, really a great arm drive, great posture, gets those feet off the ground quickly. It's now like Piper Schuster and Lily Fouts have now moved into second and third, respectively. So, with less than 2 laps to go, we have Nora Grimbaum in first. Nora Greenbaum in first, Piper Schuster in second, Lily Fouts in third. Faith Weirman fourth, Emily Moen fifth, Libby Ray sixth. With 300 meters to go, Nora Gremman does not look like she's slowing down. But Lily Fouts from Xavier making a strong move. Followed by Piper Schuster, a slinger. Emily Fouts making a strong move with 200 to go. We'll see if Nora can hold her off. And it does look like Lily Fouts. Strong kick. Impressive. And there's your official result. Lily Fouts from Xavier wins this in 10:50.87. Nora Greenbaum from Northland Pines, 10:53.61. Piper Schuster from Schlinger, 10:57.65. Faith Weirman, New Berlin Eisenhower, 11:13. Stella Grunman, Schlinger, 11:19. Emily Moen, Franklin, 11:19. Libby Ray, Arrowhead, 11:21. Carly Elkin, Sussex Hamilton, 11:26. Rose Ernder from Brookfield Academy, 11:29. And Amy Runnert from Shorewood, 11:30. And those round out your top 10 in this girls' 3,200 meter run. And that 10:50 would move Lily Fouts into the top 3 overall in this year's Wisconsin state rankings through week 7. Our next event on the track is the boys' 3,200 meter run. The boys' 3,200 meter run has 2 sections. Waiting for confirmation on this, but section 1 might have been run previously. All right, so we do have section 2 of the boys' 3,200 meters. Our leader coming into this is Manny Putz of Onalaska. He is the second-ranked athlete in the state this year in this event. He's the 2-time winner of the boys' cross-country state meet. We have 19 athletes in this field. So Manny Putz, Pat McRoberts, Jonah Marshall, Connor Rath, Noah Alburn, Finnan Stringer, Malachi Kurth, Benjamin Pontic, Holden Fortick, Troy Verstey, Jacob Nuthless, Alex Wood, Noah Bilstek, Mick Gilson, Jordan Lofsky, Bennett Dahl, Cody McKenna, Killian Unt, and Eric Olson. That rounds out your field. Manny Putz out to early lead. Sorry for the delay there, folks. Computer froze for a second. Followed by Alex Wood of Arrowhead, 109. Jordan Lofsky, Sussex Hamilton, 109 through the first 400. Meet record here is held by Russell Sandvolt of Arrowhead. That record is 9 minutes and 10 seconds, and that was set in 2012. I would say Manny Putz has a chance of breaking that record tonight.
First call for the girls 4x4. First call for the girls 4x4. Usually over to the third course.
Manny Putz through that first 800 in a 2:13, followed by Alex Wood of Arrowhead, 2:26. Jacob Nuthels of Green Bay Preble in 2:26. Manny Putz moving along really well.
Shows in the 3,200 meter run. In third place at the time of 10 minutes and 7.66 seconds. On a slinger by number Schuster.
Last lap by Manny Putz at 78 seconds, or 68 seconds rather. So he's under that meet record pace.
And in first place, with a time of 10 minutes 50.
Malachi Kurth currently in second. Pat McRoberts in third. Jacob Nuthels fourth, and Alex Wood of Arrowhead in fifth. Manny Putz comes through that mile in 4:30.51. If he can hold that pace, he'll be right at 9 flat. He's running alone out front. At the mile, Manny Putz, your leader, in 4:30. Malachi Kurth, second in 4:52. Pat McRoberts, third at the mile in 4:53. Jonah Marshall, fourth at 4:54. Finian Stringer, fifth, 4:54. Jacob Nuthels, 4:54, and Alex Wood, 4:54. They have a tight pack of runners there, battling it out for the second position. Manny Putz taking a commanding lead. And Manny Putz through the 2,000. Last lap there is 70. Still under pace for that meet record. We have a perfect night again for the 3,200 meters. Cool, not much wind. Slight wind into their face on the back stretch, but they'll feel that aiding them in the home stretch. Boy, we just have a really tight pack there for second place here. A group of athletes all within a second of each other. Manny Putz alone at the front. With 800 to go, runs another 70-second quarter. So he's under pace to break the meet record here today. Running all alone at the front. And this group here still packed up. Jacob Nuthels from Green Bay Preble. In second now, Benjamin Pontic from Green Bay Preble in third. Finian Stringer, Madison East, fourth. And a whole group behind that, all running about the same pace, all within a second of each other. Manny Putz, 108 for that last lap. Looks like this meet record is gonna go down tonight. With one lap to go, we have Manny Putz Less than a lap. Here he comes into the home stretch. It's a tremendous kick by Manny. And there we go. Your winning time. (8 minutes and 42 seconds. That's got to be one of the top times in the U.S. this year, if that holds true. Whole pack of runners finishing now. And we're just waiting to see the official results. So Manny Putz 9:03. That will establish a new meet record here. Finian Stringer, Madison East, in second place, 5:40. Jonah Marshall, Sun Prairie East, 9:40.8. Jacob Neuthals, from Green Bay Preble in 9:44.1. Benjamin Pontek, Green Bay Preble, 9:45.4. Troy Verstate, Germantown, 9:47. Malachi Kurth, Schlinger, 9:52. In 8th, Noah Bilstead, Sussex Hamilton, 9:52. In 9th, Connor Rath, Homestead, 9:54. And in 10th, Alex Wood, Arrowhead, 9:56. And those are your top 10 overall athletes in the boys 3,200 meters. Congratulations again to Manny Putz, the 9:03. Establishing a new record here at the Myrhum Invite. That will put Manny Putz as the second overall time this year in the state through week 7. Should be a great state meet in the 3,200 meters. Our next event on the track, the girls 4x400 meter relay. There are 3 heats. The top time this year in the state run by Verona area with a 4:01.82. Our first heat of the girls 4x4 400-meter relay. Lane 1, Fond du Lac. Lane 2, Green Bay Preble. Lane 3, Shorewood. Lane 4, New Berlin Eisenhower. Lane 5, Fall Creek. And Lane 6, Oak Creek. Here we go. 4x4, last event of the night, under the lights, always exciting. We have two do not shows in this, Shorewood and Fall Creek. Coming into the first 400-meter exchange. We have a clean exchange with our second runner. It appears that Green Bay Preble is currently our leader, followed by New Berlin Eisenhower. Honestly, we don't know. We're looking with binoculars. It's dark. Okay, we'll be getting some splits now at the 800. And it is Fond du Lac in first currently, New Berlin Eisenhower in second, Green Bay Preble in third. Fond du Lac looks like they have a commanding lead here, with the third runner having about 150 yards to go.
Boys 32 to the awards stand, please. Boys 3200 runners, please make your way to the awards stand.
Great exchanges. Fond du Lac does remain in the lead, followed by New Berlin Eisenhower and Green Bay Preble. Oak Creek rounding out that fourth position. Yeah, looks like the runner from Oak Creek making a big move here. With 120 meters to go, it does look like Fond du Lac is maintaining their lead. New Berlin Eisenhower in second. And does look like Oak Creek has moved up into third. Rather, Green Bay Preble has overtaken that lead.
If there's anyone missing.
So our overall results for that heat, we have Fond du Lac in 4:22. 7-5, New Berlin Eisenhower. 4:26.3, Green Bay Preble. 4:28.9, and Oak Creek. 4:30.66. Our second of 3 heats of this girls 4x400. We have East Troy, Pulaski, the Warhawks, Bayport, Sussex Hamilton, McWanago, Xavier, and Whitnall. Again, a perfect night to run this 4x400 meter. Almost no breeze.
You believe you have stayed this entire time. We cannot thank you enough. Let's get to these
Retired Wisconsin track and field coach Ed Nuttycombe presenting the awards tonight. Nice of him to come out and stay the whole day to do that.
in second place with a time of 9 minutes 40.45 seconds. Vivian Stringer. And in first place, establishing a new Myrhum Invite record in a time of 9 minutes 3.34 seconds. Manny Blues.
Guns up. And we are away with Heat 2 of 3 of the girls 4x400 meter relay. These first the athletes starting out in a stagger. Does look like Sussex Hamilton is our early leader, as our first runner comes down the home stretch. Sussex Hamilton having a commanding lead. Looks like McWanago in second. So it's Sussex Hamilton in first. Looks like Pulaski in second. As the second runner comes down the home stretch. Exchange made to the third runner. And at the 800, it does look like East Troy is our leader, followed closely by Pulaski and then Sussex Hamilton. Xavier rounding out the 4th, and the Warhawks 5th. East Troy with a commanding lead right now. Pulaski and Sussex Hamilton battling it out for that second position. East Troy continues to have a commanding lead, but Pulaski closing that gap here and closing it quickly. This is anybody's race with 400 meters to go. This all-important anchor leg getting the baton. Very good exchange there by Pulaski. Really making up some ground on the exchange. Very, very tight race now up front between East Troy and Pulaski. Followed by Sussex Hamilton and Xavier. As we come into the backstretch, approximately 150 meters to go. Does look like East Troy continues to have a slight lead. But our runner from Pulaski making a brave attempt here at the finish. Will she have enough real estate? Does look like East Troy hangs on there for the victory. Their time, 4:10.93. Pulaski in second with a 4:11.56. Sussex Hamilton in third with a 4:16 rather, 6.5. Xavier in fourth, 4:17.37. Bayport in fifth. In our third and final heat of the girls 4x400 meters, we have Freedom in lane 1, West De Pere in lane 2, Arrowhead in lane 3, Homestead in lane 4, Janesville Parker in lane 5, New Berlin West in lane 6, Whitefish Bay in lane 7, and Sun Prairie East in lane 8. Coming into this last heat, the Arrowhead girls are currently ranked second overall in the state through week 7 here, and West De Pere 5th.
Guys are next. They do the fast heats last.
Okay.
And so they're doing the 2 boys slow heat or the 3 boys slow heats right now.
Okay. So I was unaware that we are saving the fast heat of the girls 4x400 for the last event. So we will now have the first heat of the boys 4x400 meter relay.
Here in this first heat of 3 slower heats of the boys 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1 we have Milton, in lane 2 Homestead, in lane 3 New Berlin Eisenhower. As we saw in the girls' races, this first leg of the relay will stay in their lanes their entire lap and hand off to the second runner, who will stay in their lane for the first 100 meters before they can cut in on the backstretch of the second leg. It appears now that one of the teams has scratched. I am unsure who it is, but I believe it is Milton who has scratched on the guys' side. So this race will just be Homestead and New Berlin Eisenhower, as both teams are out well at the 300-meter mark, with New Berlin Eisenhower having a slight edge over Homestead. As they make the handoff, New Berlin Eisenhower has about a 2-second lead over second placed Homestead as they round the first turn and reached the coned off line where they can now cut into lane 1. Eisenhower with about a 20-meter gap on second place Homestead as these second runners round the turn into the home stretch, getting ready to hand off to the third runner in their relay. At the halfway point of this first heat, Homestead crosses the line in 1 minute and 49 seconds, where Homestead crosses in 1 minute and 54 seconds. Both third runners getting out nice down this backstretch. The wind has perfectly died down to nothing, which should make for some very fast and very competitive last couple races here at the Myrhum Invite. New Berlin Eisenhower remains in the lead down the home stretch as they hand off to their anchor leg and cross the line in 2 minutes 43 seconds. New Berlin Eisenhower has gapped Homestead by about 75 meters right now, so both of these teams are running for time. Eisenhower looking very strong this last 100 meters as he powers down the home stretch to give their team the Heat 1 win. Watching the time, New Berlin Eisenhower crosses in 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Homestead comes in at 3:49.9. 3:36 is a very quick time coming out of the first heat. We will see how it fares against this 6-team second heat, starting in lane 1 with Waterford, lane 2 Lakeland, in lane 3 Sun Prairie East, in lane 4 Shorewood, in lane 5 Nicolay, and in lane 6 Fall Creek. Gun is up for the second heat. And they are off. Fall Creek and Waterford are late scratches, so there are just 4 teams now in this 4x4. Sun Prairie East looks to have gotten out very well, already making up the stagger on Shorewood, with Nicolay running well too. Sun Prairie East and Shorewood both running very well right now, pushing each other through this first leg of the 4x4. They are just about even as they come down this home stretch for the first time, ready to make this first of 3 exchanges. Lakeland Union with a late push in the last 50 meters as they appear to hand off in first. Lakeland and Shorewood, with Sun Prairie still there, these 3 teams have broken away just slightly from Nicolay as they make the cut-in. Shorewood with a very strong move on the backstretch, taking a commanding lead, going from 3rd to 1st, as he settles now in 1st. I believe that is... You're waiting to see who handed off first here. Shorewood handed off first and is in first right now, with Sun Prairie East in second and Nicolay in third. They were 148.0 and 148.8 at the 800 meter mark. Now at the 250 meter mark of this third leg, Sun Prairie East has come up to the shoulder of Shorewood, looking to Shorewood doing a great job of holding him off in this last 80 meters, as they will make the pass to the third runner in first, with Sun Prairie East in second, Nicolay third, and Lakeland in fourth. Shorewood's fourth runner getting out very aggressive, opening up a big gap between them and Sun Prairie. Both of these teams were 242 at the 1200 meter mark, and there is about 10 meters separating first from second and second from third. With 200 meters left to go in this second race, it is all Shorewood. Let's see if Sun Prairie East or Nicolay can kick him down. Nicolay moving into second place here off the final curve, as these two second and third place teams push each other towards first. Nicolay coming on strong at the end, but so far it is still all Shorewood as they cross the line in a great time. 3:32.91 from Shorewood and 3:35.73 from Nicolay. Sun Prairie finished with a time of 3:37.30, and Lakeland finished in 3:44. Here we see the boys jogging down for this third of 4 heats in the 4x4. After this third boys heat, we will flip back to the girls fast heat and then come back to the boys fast heat before we have the mixed 4x4 to cap off this meet on a beautiful Saturday night. In this third heat, we will have 6 teams competing. In lane 1, Sussex Hamilton. In lane 4, McGuanago. In lane 5, Indian Trail. In lane 6, Hartford. In lane 7, Pulaski. In lane 8, Fenimore. The runners now in this third heat are setting up their blocks to their liking and getting ready for the official's word. Gun is up and the boys are off in this third heat of the men's 4x400 meter relay. Pulaski is out to a very strong start with their front runner making up the stagger, as well as Indian Trail and McGuanago. These boys are getting out very well the first 250 meters, but it looks like McGuanago has jumped out to an early lead. McGuanago and Pulaski and Sussex Hamilton. Sussex Hamilton is the first one to make the handoff. And it looks like they are using the inside lane to their advantage. This is where the first leg of the 4x4 can be deceiving because of the 500 meter stagger. But right now it is all Hamilton with about a 15 meter lead on second place here. Runners 2, 3, and 4 all very tightly bunched, pushing each other, all striving Here on the mixed 4x4, we have the guys getting loaded up into the blocks as the ladies await them. The three teams in this first heat are Mugwanago, Whitefish Bay, and Sun Prairie East, and the boys are off. Whitefish Bay and Mugwanago jumping out to a quick lead here. Already making up the stagger on third place, Sun Prairie East. Whitefish Bay and Mugwanago 1-2 through the 200 meter. Whitefish Bay and Mugwanago 1-2 coming on the home stretch. Let's see who makes the handoff to the ladies first. It will be Whitefish Bay, and then Mugwanago, and followed up by Sun Prairie East, as now it's the ladies' turn to take the track in this second leg of the mixed 4x400 meter race. It is Whitefish Bay in first, with Mugwanago following in second. About a 10-15 meter gap between first place Whitefish Bay and second place Mugwanago. About that same distance between Whitefish Bay and third place Sun Prairie East, as they come down the home stretch now, where the third leg for the boys is waiting. It is Bay handing off first, and then Mugwanago, Sun Prairie East, as they cross the 200 mark in 2:01.1 for Whitefish Bay, 2:02.7 for Mugwanago. As now this third leg will be run by the boys before they hand off the anchor leg to the girls. The Whitefish Bay lead has closed a little bit, but it is still 8 to 10 meters over second place Mugwanago, as they hand off now to the ladies. Whitefish Bay hands off in first at 2:54, the 1200 mark. Mugwanago just a second and a half behind them at 2:55.7. I believe it is Freya Stratz for Whitefish Bay on their anchor leg, and Samantha Wiebelhaus for Mugwanago. Sun Prairie's anchor leg will be run by Kiara Place. But right now it is Whitefish Bay approaching the home stretch for the final time today, as they will take this first heat of the mixed 4x400 meter relay with a time of 4 flat and some change. 4 flat 68 is the winning time of this first heat. Mugwanago in second with a time of 4:03.96. And Sun Prairie East rounding us out in 4:13.28. These final 3 heats here will be the fast heat of the girls 4x4, the fast heat of the boys 4x4, and the fast heat of the mixed 4x4 to round out the day. Our entries for the fast heat of the girls 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Freedom. In lane 2, West of Pure. In lane 3, Arrowhead. In lane 4, Homestead. In lane 5, Janesville Parker. In lane 7, Whitefish Bay. In lane 8, Sun Prairie East.
There'll be some music. Feel free to enjoy.
The meet record in the 1600 meter relay, or the 4x4, for the women's was set by Milwaukee King in 2015, running a time of 3:59. Right now, this Arrowhead team has run the second fastest time in the state today, with the West of Pure ladies running the 5th fastest. So this should be a very competitive race. The Arrowhead ladies have ran a 4:01.91 earlier this year, just 2 seconds off of the meet record. I'm sure they will be looking to run as close to 4 minutes as possible. Two late scratches for this meet are New Berlin West and Freedom. The ladies are in their blocks. The gun is up. And they are off in this fast heat of the girls 4x400 meter relay here at the Myrhum Invite. Whitefish Bay seems to be out to an early lead, already making up the stagger on Sun Prairie East. Homestead running very well too. Arrowhead and West of Pure have the top times in this race. But as we know, anything can happen as the first leg is coming down the home stretch. We will look to see who makes the handoff first as these girls are finishing the last 50 meters of this first leg. Wow, Arrowhead, West of Pure, and Homestead all hand off at the same time. But it looks like Homestead has opened up a strong start, but it is West of Pure who will get to the cones first. West of Pure and then Homestead and Arrowhead round out our top three, who have already broken away from the rest of our pack. Homestead making a move. West of Pure making a move. Coming down the home stretch, it is Homestead with West of Pure right on her heels and Arrowhead in third. Whitefish Bay in fourth. As the two teams make the handoffs at the same time, Arrowhead runs into a little bit of trouble there. But right now it is West of Pure in first, Homestead in second. But I believe that is Elle Brunner from Arrowhead making a case as she runs up towards the leaders. We are 5 girls bunched up right here in this third leg of the 4x4. This is going to make for a great finish. I believe it is Whitefish Bay in first right now, but that could change at any second. I believe that might be Janesville Parker now in first. with West Appear in second, Whitefish Bay in third, battling with Arrowhead for that third position. Arrowhead swinging wide, moving into third, but West Appear swinging wide and moving into first. West Appear will hand off in first for these final legs. West Appear hands the baton in first at 3:06. Janesville Parker in 3:06. Arrowhead in third, 3:08. Whitefish Bay in 3:08. Right now it is Whitefish Bay with a commanding lead. Arrowhead and Whitefish Bay challenging second place Janesville Parker. As Arrowhead's anchor leg overtakes her into second place, Whitefish Bay will follow. It continues to be all West Appear as Arrowhead sits in second, Whitefish Bay in third, but pushing up towards Arrowhead. Coming down the home stretch, it is all West Appear. They will take the win. Right now we are looking towards third place. Arrowhead finishing strong in second. That is West Appear and Whitefish Bay battling it out for third. Arrowhead will finish in second. West Appear will finish in third. Bay will finish in fourth. Homestead in fifth. West Appear girls win the fast heat of the 4x4 in great fashion with a time of 4:05.4. Arrowhead finishes in second, 4:10.93, and Homestead in third with 4:12.55.
All right, we have our fast heat of the boys 4x4. In lane 1, Freedom. In lane 2, Janesville Parker. In lane 3, Arrowhead. In lane 4, West Appear. In lane 5, Green Bay Preble. In lane 6, Bayport. In lane 7, Racine Case. And in lane 8, Elkhorn Area. We had a couple scratches here, Elkhorn Area and Freedom. Both are scratching out of this fast heat of the 4x4. Coming into this event, Arrowhead with the third fastest time thus far in the state, Janesville Parker in the 8th fastest time, and West Appear with the 10th fastest time in the state this year. Our leaders for the boys 4x4 thus far in the state is Chippewa Falls with a 3:24.31. Last event of the night for these athletes, and this is always fun to watch because they know they've run their other events and they can just let it all hang out in this last race. Under the lights, no wind. It's a great opportunity for them to run a split that may be the fastest 400 meters they've ever run. Almost 11 p.m., but these are high school kids. They're just waking up. First runner's off to a very fast start. Looks like Green Bay Preble out with an early lead here. Followed closely by DePere. Preble, DePere. Pier, Arrowhead. As our second runners make their way to the cones when they can cut in. Second runners, really, this is anybody's race right now. We have 5 young men striding their hearts out here. Really, at this point, anybody's race yet. Like Preble, West De Pere, and Arrowhead here, making their handoffs. So our leaders through 800 meters, Green Bay Preble, West De Pere, Arrowhead, and Janesville Parker, followed by Racine Case. And through 1,200 meters, Preble, followed by De Pere, followed by Arrowhead. Janesville Parker in 4th and Bayport in 5th. As our anchor legs.
Janesville Parker's moving up into 3rd.
Looks like Janesville Parker just moved themselves into 3rd.
They could win it. Janesville Parker's in 1st.
Janesville Parker just moved themselves into 1st. As we come down the home stretch with 100 meters to go, we have Janesville Parker. And Janesville Parker will be your winner of the fast heat of the boys 4x400. Their winning time 3:25.19, followed by West De Pere 3:25.78, Green Bay Preble 3:27.91, Arrowhead 3:29.06, Bayport 3:32.04, and Racine Case. Looks like Janesville Parker's last runner split a 48.14. Just an outstanding time. So we have one race remaining tonight, and this is the fast heat of the mixed 4x4. Okay.
So we'll keep an eye out for that.
So in our final event of the night, we have the mixed 4x4 fast heat. In lane 1, Bayport. In lane 2, Arrowhead. In lane 3, Brookfield Academy. In lane 4, West De Pere. In lane 5, Oak Creek. In lane 6, Green Bay Preble. In lane 7, Nicolay. And Homestead looks to be a scratch. Looks like this time of 3:35.08 held by Shorewood could go down tonight. That record was established in 2023. We have a perfect night for that to happen. And we are off. The final event of this beautiful night. All athletes taking it out really hard. As Seth had indicated before, we go boy, girl, boy, girl. Some very strong teams here with some very good athletes. Looks like Green Bay, Preble, and Arrowhead are our early leaders. Coming down the back stretch, or the final stretch rather, it's Green Bay, Preble. And they'll make the first exchange, followed by Arrowhead. We got Arrowhead out to a pretty substantial lead here in their second leg.
I think it's Oak Creek.
Yeah. It looks like Oak Creek and Preble, Green Bay Preble. But Arrowhead has a commanding lead here. Avery Bott taking a commanding lead here for Arrowhead. She's really a talented athlete in a multitude of sprints. She'll hand off to the third leg, which is Logan Hicks from Arrowhead. So the through 800, we have Arrowhead in a 152, Green Bay Preble 158, West De Pere 159, Brookfield Academy 201, and Oak Creek 202. Logan Hicks with about a 35 meter lead coming into the last 150 of this 400. Some of these athletes, if this is their third event today, so. And we make the final exchange. And that's Taylor Thymish from Arrowhead. She's really taking it out. So it looks like Arrowhead with a commanding lead. Green Bay Preble and then West De Pere. Arrowhead's got about a 100-yard gap right now coming into the home stretch here, with Taylor having about 120 meters to go. She does not look like she's slowing down at all. We'll see if that meet record falls tonight. And they're just going to be a little shy of that, but commanding victory by Arrowhead in this last event tonight, followed by Green Bay Preble, Oak Creek, and boy, it's anybody's race here. Took a strong surge at the very end. We'll see who. Oh, Brookfield Academy passes Oak Creek at the very end to take third. So in this final heat, the mixed 4x400, we have Arrowhead with 341.4, Green Bay Preble 353.6, Brookfield Academy 358.3, Oak Creek 358.4, West De Pere 359.1, Bayport 407, Nicolay 409. that concludes our coverage tonight of the 2024 Myrhum Invite. We want to thank you for joining us live stream. We hope you enjoyed these races. Marvelous thing about technology is some of you grandparents or others could watch these races from afar. And we thank you for sharing this time with us. We want to apologize for any names we misspelled. We got the heat sheets late yesterday and wanted to have the ability to review some of the names and just not able to do all of that in the time we had before the meet started today. So again, our apologies for names that were mispronounced, but you got to see the athletes compete just the same. So once again, thank you for joining us for the 2004 Myrhum Invite. We hope you'll turn in for this event next year also. And so Dwight Sandvold, Seth Ray signing off. Have a blessed tomorrow.